Okay. And make sure everything's functional. This a little closer to me so you can hear me. Hello, hello. Okay, I don't sound horrible. Let's see here. Ah. Make sure I'm actually live because YouTube likes to lie to me. Alright, turn myself off. Why, oh, why does this happen to me? Okay. 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 Let's put on some music so you guys don't just hear me panicking silently to myself. What should I put on? Something that hopefully won't get me completely screwed over. It's watching right now. Okay, that's not what I want. Alright, I'm just gonna leave this playing for a bit. There we go. Okay. Hi, everybody. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to the chat. Hold up. Let me make sure everything's good. Ah, crap. Trying to get this thing to not be so loud. It's actually really fucking loud. Oh, hi. I'm dying inside.
Same. It's too hot without AC in my truck.
Yeah, I don't envy you. So how's it like not being dead? What layer was I on?
Feels pretty okay.
Okay, that's good. So I have a new drawing going. It's called Two Idiots Go to the Theme Park.
Oh, is that like why there's silver and Mimi? They're like sprinkles.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, there it is.
Just them being cute. Joking aside, I know this entire thing got spawned by a Twitter poll, but I do think they get along pretty well.
Yeah. Two incredibly soft people. Who would have guessed?
Yeah. Both who don't know what the hell's going on. I can imagine there being a conversation where Mi's like, this is ice cream, and her eyes are all sparkly, and so it's like, was this how I was like when you guys first met me? And they're like, yeah.
Yep.
Is that a tree? It's beautiful. And a rock too? Fuck yeah.
This place is amazing already.
Instead of rocks and trees though, because we'd be seeing those like, is this sand? Does it really get everywhere? It's so cool. It's just sand. Ow, it's stuck in my eye.
After the beach, I hate sand.
It gets everywhere and you can't wash it out. It's like, yep.
Yep. Be thankful we didn't take you to a desert. It gets even worse.
We have to go there eventually. They're hunting for Chaos Emeralds.
So we'd just be sitting there floating over the desert, not even touching it.
You're a bastard, you know that? Like, why? I have to walk. I walk better without shoes on. It's okay, there are desert goats. Yeah, I'm not one of them.
I'm a mountain goat.
I...
Yes.
Yes, you see, I have more fur and everything gets stuck in it.
See, I'm much more huggable.
Actually, no, desert goats are actually pretty damn cute. I'm not sure if you've ever seen them before.
I've seen them. Yeah, just the mountain goats are, way more fluffy.
This is a very tall bench. I might have to make them bigger.
No, keep them small and adorable. Just have a random giant bench.
So, Death, what are you doing home? I thought you'd be at work right now. Or are you at work right now and being bad?
No, I'm home. I got about an hour before I go to the chiropractor.
Oh, okay. So you
I
got...
decided to leave work an hour early because I didn't want to be able to eat anymore.
Yeah, technically, it's my day off. I say technically because I can choose whatever the fucking days I want to have off.
Yeah.
But because I don't get paid for like another 2 weeks, I'm like, well, I'm going to have to survive until then, and things aren't going too well. But you know what? I've survived worse.
My dream is still to be a remote worker as a freelance audio engineer.
That might happen soon, because now that I feel better, I can do voice roles for the stupid thing we were talking about before.
Nice.
You can hear me now. I'm no longer dying inside. I still feel like crap, but I can talk.
Yeah.
That's better than the last time you spoke to me. It wasn't just in that chat either. I was in another call like 2 days later, and I sounded even worse because I had lost my voice. It's okay.
Mimi turned ghoulish for a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunately I don't have that perk.
It was a temporary one.
Maybe one day that'll be a Fallout protagonist where you can play as a ghoul. That would be cool.
Oh, that'd be so much fun.
Like, they already pride themselves on being able to custom make your character. What if you can make your character a ghoul? And that actually affects your choices in the story. Like, people are ghoul racist towards you.
Yeah, it's pretty, like, you keep hearing about how absolutely everybody seems to hate ghouls. Yet you see them just, like, all over the place and nobody cares. It's like, Bethesda.
The only people who seem to care are the ones who are made to be actually racist against them. Brotherhood.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like,
But
they keep claiming, it's like, everybody's afraid of them. They'll shoot first, ask questions later. And yet you see people wandering around with ghouls like nothing's going on. It's like,
all this, like, is way too long. Yeah. I think the Brotherhood are mostly busy. Oh, I guess in Appalachia they do try to hunt down ghouls, so that seems to be the only branch that does. At least in-game. And they're dead in that version, so take that as you will.
Yeah. The thing I don't really like about the new Brotherhood versus the old one, like,
they weren't
about, like, before it shifted, people that owned, Fallout.
Oh, you mean before they became racist assholes and actually tried to help with, like, getting clean water?
Yeah, the thing is about the Brotherhood of Steel, they didn't care about anybody but themselves. And then in these last two games, they're like, yeah, we're willing to help you. And it's like,
We're willing to help you if you're human and not a ghoul or a synth. Oh, by the way, we can't tell if you're a synth or not, so you can just totally lie and we wouldn't know.
Yeah, exactly.
One of their top officers was a fucking synth and they had no fucking idea.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, isn't that proof of the fact that they're basically human? They just have like
no, they're still a synth underneath that thin skin.
The only thing they have that's not human is that stupid chip. And let's be fair, that chip is useless, so why the fuck do they even have it? People tell me it's because, like, it's supposed to be how they get tracked by the Institute. I'm like, then they're doing a pretty shit job because they lose so many of them.
I was always under the impression that was more of an ID tag for the synth than anything else.
So what, you have to, like, scan them like a fucking barcode at the supermarket?
Yeah, yeah. They just go through a scanner like, oh, you're number 218. Hello.
Oh wait, no, that's how much you cost. You're number age 32.
Yeah.
Look at these two just happily eating their ice cream.
Mimi's probably going to be so excited it's going to be half melted before she's done. It's going to be sad.
Aww.
You didn't tell me it melts.
It's ice cream. Like, you didn't tell me it melted. I can imagine that she knows some things and then has no idea about other things. Like, say, like, when they first meet her, they use her as, like, a power generator because she can make energy. So they just have her hooked up, like, a car battery. And she's sitting there just like, yay, I'm the world's first sentient generator. And Tails asks her, how do you know what a generator is? She's like, people go camping in the woods, Tails. I've seen them before. I'm not a complete idiot. Just 90%. You guys really picked the worst possible goat for this job. We didn't pick you. You just came. Like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. You just wandered out of the said woods.
I mean, to be fair, I was your only option. Because, you know, the other goats can't leave the village. Only she has the authority to do that. My job lets me do whatever I want, except I can't leave the mountain because if I do, I might get murdered.
Yay!
I kind of don't want that, so I'm good. I'm good just staying here. steal some random potato chips from one of the many people who visit here. Oh, I just realized my chat thing isn't working.
Uh-oh.
Oh, whatever. I can fix that.
That's been happening with like a lot of streams. I've noticed like there was issues with like Twitch with the pop-out chat, and I guess it's happening here too, huh?
I wonder if it's because it's not actually pop out. Let me see. Nobody's really around right now, but I think that's because literally nobody's around right now. So. Oh, fuck it. This is a regular call. I haven't done a stream in what? How long
About
has
a year.
Sounds about right. I've been too busy being depressed. And to think, out of all the things in the world... Oh, there we go. Sonic is the thing that dragged me out of it. Ain't that some shit?
Sonic Heroes.
I think it's just because of all the fucking Sonic shit that's coming out at once.
Yeah. To be fair, it's like the first... It's been forever since Sonic community had like any quality stuff from the actual studio. So...
It's like throwing a piece of meat down a hole full of starving, ravaging beasts.
We've been waiting for 20 years.
Ever since 06, we've just been waiting for something decent. Anything. I'm worried about Frontiers. It looks great, and I'm excited for it. But the more I learn about it, the more I'm like, oh, they're hyping things up so much, and it's gonna suck so much if it's bad.
Yeah. Like, I hope, for their sake, it's good to help ride the Sonic rise that they've been getting from the movies and whatnot.
I'm just over here like, just be good. You don't have to be great. Just be good.
Yeah, don't suck as bad as Sonic Boom, please.
And please don't just be Breath of the Wild with Sonic in it. That game style would not work with Sonic the Hedgehog. That's the biggest thing. Okay, so I like the idea of an open world Sonic game, but I don't because open worlds are supposed to be places you explore while Sonic's entire thing is going fast.
Yeah, so
The only way I could...
basically it'd be a whole lot of running fast to A to B to A to C to B to A. Yeah.
And then you miss all the cool stuff.
I have a feeling it's gonna be a quest thing.
Now, the only hope that I have, and I've been hearing, of course I've been hearing rumors because Twitter doesn't shut the fuck up. Do you mind spoilers?
I mean, that's what makes me either play video games or not even touch them.
Alright, so as far as we know, there's Sonic's going to be transported to this new world where he's going to have amnesia. He gets transported there with Eggman, Amy, and Tails. Random fucking characters, but okay.
The
So
classic.
I'm hoping that we can play as those other two characters. Because if we can, then that would make exploring this world so much more fun. You can fly with Tails and then you can beat the shit out of rocks with Amy.
That would be, like, being able to play as different characters.
Now,
That's one thing that I have to say they did good about Sonic Boom. The whole thing was a trash fire, but honestly the fact you could choose between different characters was nice.
well, it'd be a good callback to 3. I highly doubt they're going to do that. What I think they're going to do is they're going to have Tails and Amy be non-playable characters and you have to collect stuff for them or some shit.
Yeah.
But considering that the new show that they're making, Sonic Prime, looks like it's going to be about Sonic being a dickhead to his friends and learning not to be a dickhead to his friends, I'm like, maybe they're finally going to pay attention to all the other fucking characters in the Sonic franchise.
I am just so tired of them doing Shadow dirty.
Me too. I'm over here saying like, okay, I don't mind if he's a little bit edgy. I don't mind if he's a little bit broody. Just don't make him a condescending asshole. That's the one thing I've always hated.
Yeah, because he's not. He's just he has issues, but he's not an asshole.
He's a quiet guy with trauma. He's an introvert.
Yeah.
He's a cat in a hedgehog body.
More cat than hedgehog.
I half expect him to start purring.
Just like when he's actually with somebody he likes, he does actually purr.
Amy, what?
Huh? Yeah.
See, I'm the special brand of person. There are people who ship Shadow and Amy. There are people who ship Sonic and Amy. There are people who ship Sonic and Shadow. I'm over here like, yes. Give me that shit. I want it all.
Give me all the ships.
Give it to me. I will eat it all. I'm garbage. I have no standards. I'll ship anything. I'm listening to royalty-free anime music in the background, and some of it's kind of good, and some of it's actually kind of shit. So I might find a different list.
Well, yeah, as it goes.
Let's see what I got. No copyright. This is good stuff, but it's not what I want. No, that sounds too much like I want to fall asleep. That sounds like I want to fall asleep. Actually, hold up. I just had an idea. YouTube has a library of stuff that's royalty free in the studio.
Yep.
So you just gotta get the playlist that I have in there that I saved for videos that I never made and listen to that.
Finally, a use for them all.
I do want to use them eventually. I've been being bad with everything recently. I've been getting better. You have to admit, I've actually been pretty good on keeping on schedule with my comic, which is a first for me. And I just realized I haven't taken my pills today. One sec.
Yeah, take your meds. Okay, it's time for everybody to panic while she's gone. What is the darkest thing you can think of and then run away?
Alrighty, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
I didn't go far. You probably heard all the rattling.
No, I didn't actually.
Okay.
You can blame YouTube's, not YouTube's, Discord's compression rate.
Ugh. Okay. Hopefully,
Heard that, though.
yeah, I have a big old jug of water next to me because I get thirsty. Look at Mimi's face here. She's just got a cute little face.
Yeah, she's just happy looking at the ice cream.
You know what's funny? You can really tell how she's a witch by just looking at their eyes. She's got dark pupils and she has like these pretty little sparkly eyes. I go, how are your eyes like that? Oh, because I'm swirling with the magic of thousands of years worth of chaos energy. What? What?
Huh?
If I get angry enough, I can turn into a big monster. But I'm never
Wanna
angry.
see?
I don't have to. You don't have to see me do it. We already have this fucking witch over here who does it herself. Miss Morita.
Yeah.
Where are you? There we are. I do like her old witch design. I might change her younger design a little bit. She just looks like a bitter old lady.
Yeah, I definitely love the long fingernails and just the hunched over look.
Well, she is 110 years old, dude.
Evil!
She's a very old lady. It's surprising she can still walk on her own. Her counterpart, the elder of the village, has to be helped wherever she goes.
She's held together by nothing but spice.
That's Morita, and the village elder, like, I'm being held together by the well wishes and prayers of my villagers. You should finish your mission within the year, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to croak it before I reach 112. I hope
Well, you've been so fortunate that I've been around this long.
Like, I'm surprised I haven't died. Like, hopefully you don't die while I'm gone. That'd be a tragedy. Stares off into space. Don't worry, I'm not that evil. In this story. This one's gonna be more shippy. If you want all the angst in the world, you're gonna watch Sasako's story. Now you can ask Death. That shit's full of angst.
It's full of good times.
It's full of ouchies.
Both internal and external.
You feel really bad for Bird Mom over there. And then at the end you feel bad for everybody because things are just shit.
Emotional damage.
Oh, hi!
Hello, been here for a moment.
Welcome in, Sharp.
Hello.
Well, consider-
It's me.
Hi. Considering that it's just the three of us right now, so I just realized something. I was working on the second half of Sasako's story, you know, the one with the whole evil jellyfish dude. And I realized, so you know how I told you that when she passes at the end of the story, she has a vision where she imagines herself being with all of her friends, and then she's like, well, fuck, I guess that's not the future I'm getting, right?
Yep.
I just realized, what if those visions were true, but she saw them through Kimi?
I was actually kind of thinking about that myself, like, well, you had that clone there, so,
So the thing she saw does happen, it's just that it's not actually her doing them. Which...
So she was kind of right.
So it's kind of like this sad little thing where it's like, maybe through spirit she can still live it. Of course, Kimi is a different person altogether, but, you know, same body. So, in a way, you know? Is he weird like, oh hey, I'm a bird with a hedgehog sister or brother and hedgehog
or
parents.
whatever.
Or whatever, I'm a bird lady. We don't need to question any more than that.
The question is truly, how much do the kids get of Shadow's cat DNA?
Most of it. It's they just become aggressive cats where they're sweet and peaceful women and then they bite the shit out of you because you don't love them. So Amy and Shadow mixed together.
They sit there purring, and then all of a sudden, hiss, there's a gun in your face.
And then you got this bird lady who probably won't shoot you, but her daddy will.
Yep.
So yeah, that's something I realized, and I might integrate that where you, like a scene where they have their actual kid, or they have their first like biological kid. You see Kimi holding the kid, and it's the same image that's shown with Sasako's vision. So at this point, Kimi would actually be pretty well grown. Of course, she's not going to be like as tall as Sasako because she's still fairly young, but she's not going to be like a newborn baby chick drinking blended chili dogs for breakfast. Courtesy of Uncle Sonic. Just to make everybody sad and happy, because fuck you.
You can say it's pretty sappy.
Bleh.
Bleh.
Mimi does the first fatal mistake of anybody who tries ice cream. She bites into it.
The whole all or nothing.
Anyone looks at her like, doesn't that hurt your mouth? She's like, I'm a goat. I've eaten weirder things. I've literally bitten into metal cans before. What?
I'm a goat, I'm fine. Oh, my brain!
Why did nobody... Why didn't you guys warn me? We did. Ah!
My brain ran on the ground. Overly dramatic.
Then after it goes away, she's like, okay, I think I'm good. Takes another bite out of ice cream. Mimi! It's good!
And I'm over it.
See, I'm gonna legit write her as having ADHD, where things she's very interested in, she'll basically learn everything about as soon as she can. But if she has no interest in something, even if she's trying to pay attention, she just can't. Like, someone will be sitting her down and explaining the mission details, and then she's just sitting there, and all you hear is wah, 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 wah. And like, you got that? And she's like, no, I didn't, I'm sorry. I was thinking about how some hedgehogs have white fur and others don't. I'm sorry, Sonic.
I can't help but think of her almost like the father from that show they were just watching, The Owl House.
Basically.
Super intelligent. Ooh, look, a butterfly.
That is so Mimi. She's like, okay, I am focused. I am ready. Ooh, butterfly.
Wanders off.
I've never seen this variety before. I didn't know butterflies could be blue. Just her fascination of the random mundane shit. Like they're in a shop and she sees a sparkly stone. She's like, ooh, what is that? It's a crystal. I've never seen this before. And it's just like a common fucking rock. Oh no, she's gonna turn into a hoarder.
Yep, 100%.
Go into a room, you find random craps. Like, why do you have feathers? Like, they're from different birds. You don't see those kinds of birds on the mountain I live on.
Oh, do you have a jar of dirt? Well, you know, it's not like the dirt that I have.
I got a jar of dirt. I got a jar of dirt.
Mimi, why is there a bird skull in your room? Because
You don't want to know.
I'm trying to figure out what is and isn't food. I found out pretty quick that that isn't food.
Now be haunted by my actions forever. Hoot hoot.
Like, there's a joke she makes once where they're eating food and then they see that she's eating a lot. Like, damn, you need to calm down, girl. She's like, 1, I have 4 stomachs. I'm a goat. 2, you guys are using me like a walking fucking battery. I'm hungry. She gets very defensive over her food. When she wakes up for the first time after getting knocked out. Food. You see her guarding the fridge. Just like a fucking rabid animal.
Oh, so she's like Luffy from One Piece.
Only when
First
she's...
thing when he wakes up, meat.
Well, she doesn't eat that much meat. But she does eat a lot.
Yeah, that's actually a point. He does eat a lot. Doesn't help that he's made of rubber.
It doesn't help. I
And
literally...
he has 4.
Yeah, she has... That's a goat thing. She has 4 stomachs. Like, why do you have 4 stomachs? Because goats eat garbage, okay?
Takes a lot. Think why I have such impeccable abs.
You know all those trees I climbed back home? I also ate them.
Yo.
Why goats have 4 stomachs? I don't know. How do magnets work?
And then she looks at everybody's like,
That-
at least my powers actually make fucking sense. We got a hedgehog over here who can float. You got another one that can run at the speed of sound. Another one that has a fucking gun.
Why do you have a gun anyways?
but that's-
Not important.
Why do you have a gun? Aren't you supposed to be like the ultimate life form? It's like, I just like them.
I use a gun to be nice.
Okay. Can I have a gun?
No.
Like, no, don't give the goat lady a gun. Like, but I don't have that back home. It'd be cool. No. Okay. I'm sure that's like one of the questions she asks after she fights Morita. She's like, can I have a gun now? That would have been very useful. Look how she's holding it. She's just being such a cutie. Okay. Yeah, I fell deep into the rabbit hole. I'm pretty sure I'll be stuck in here for a while. Mainly because now I have 2 comics I'm working on at once. And yes, I'm still working on the Soul Blitz comic. You can ask the guys in here. I've been adding new pages. It's just that there's so much more detail that's taking me more time. I have to actually think about perspective and crap.
It gives headaches. It is fantastic.
But it looks great, so shut up.
Yeah. I didn't say it looked bad.
Like, if it looked bad, I'd be even more upset. 'Cause, like, I spent 3 hours on this. And this is just a fucking sketch. If you tell me it's bad, I'll stab you in the eye with a fucking pen. With love.
That way you can only say it looks good because I tell you it looks good.
It's okay, I'll stab your eye in a way where you won't be permanently damaged, because apparently there's a way to do that. I didn't know that. There's a way to stab someone in the eye and not blind them forever. Who knew?
Well then, the more you know.
I think it
Not
matters
exactly
on the size of the thing that you're stabbing the eye with.
Yeah, it depends if you get the black goo or not, because apparently our eyes are full of black goo, which isn't completely disgusting whatsoever.
Turns out we're all eldritch on the inside. Now you know.
I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but Mimi's shoe design is supposed to look like a cloven hoof.
Yeah.
Because I still don't know how I would actually draw her feet, because she's a goat lady, so she wouldn't have paws like everybody else. She'd probably have the feet she has in her regular anthro form, but that'd be kind of weird. I have about as much as experience with all three of those. I'm responding to somebody in the chat. Personally, I prefer Archie comic Sonic, though I've actually been dipping more into the games, and I just realized that they're a fucking chaotic mess. Like, what the fuck? There's one game where Sonic becomes Sir Arthur, and that's where the main theory of Silver being Shadow's kid came from, because in that version, Silver is literally named after a knight who's the son of the knight that Shadow is named after. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. That's fan-fuely. And watch, they're never going to confirm nor deny it, because poor Silver only shows up in these games to get his ass kicked.
And from the future where everything is dead but him.
Including his friend, except maybe not.
Because she dumped him.
Because she ended up in a different dimension. Like, why the fuck is she here? Yeah, Dad's entire experience with Sonic fandom is my weird obsession that I developed overnight. Literally overnight. One day I wasn't talking about it at all, and then the next night I wouldn't shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah. My experience prior to that is pretty much the video games when I was like 6 years old, and then the shows I also watched when I was that age. And then I didn't touch it for like over a decade. Well, almost 2 decades actually, wow.
You are still better than me. My experience with Sonic is basically, well, Sonic Boom cartoon. That's all. And not all of it.
That's a bad place. Well, the Sonic Boom cartoon isn't that bad. It's...
No. That's actually a decent cartoon. Good thing I didn't touch the game.
It was pretty funny, and that was about it. Though I still hate that they made Knuckles the comic relief, and I'm like, but they're all the comic relief. Why the fuck do you need a comic relief character when they're all comic relief?
Because we need the comic relief to the comic relief.
Yeah, that's basically what Mimi does. Her horns are a really good weapon. Though the type of chaos magic energy that she specializes in is plant power. So she can make plants grow pretty fast and control them. Mainly because, she's from a forest in the mountains. She's bad at every other kind of magic. One time she tried to start a fire and she blew up a tree.
Oops. Technically, it was a fire. It was a very quick fire.
Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'll get better. I promise. She has to fight a full-on sorceress. Like, how have you survived out here? He's like, you'd be surprised what you can do when all you can do is hide and grow plants.
Yep.
But it's okay.
We need to find a way to make my stupid bird, like, as a background character or mentioned, like, every single comic you do, because it'd be stupid and funny.
You can be remember that one character that I was joking about that keeps making fake IDs for
Yes.
Sasaka? That's your bird character.
There you go, that rainbow shoot bomb.
Like, he may look like he may look like vomited Skittles, but he's great.
He's got a lot of skills.
I'll let you answer that, Royal Guard man. Who's cuter, Mimi, Cream, or Tails? Considering that at the time where we meet Mimi, Tails and Cream are both, I think, they're going to be 18 and 17. They're not as old as they would be in the, well, they might be. I have to actually figure out that age. They're going to be older, of course, because it'd be kind of weird for me to write all this shippy crap and then being, like, 15.
14 years old!
Now, let's be fair. All of us were fucking crushing on somebody at 14, assuming, you're in the...
Yeah.
You're in the groups that specifically don't fall in love with people. Because, yeah, I know those people exist, but let's be fair, most of us, when we were little, had a crush on somebody, and we either realized it wasn't a crush, or we took it too far and embarrassed ourselves. And considering that little Mimi here came from a village where she considered basically everybody she knew there as a sibling, let's just say that she hasn't crushed on too many people before.
Incest is the wincest, huh?
Well, they have arranged marriages to avoid that.
Yeah.
Like, oh, by the way, Mimi, you're going to be marrying this guy in like a year. She's like, oh, neat. You want to get married? Sure. Cool. I imagine that's how I'm going. I imagine that's how I'm going to propose to somebody one day. You want to get married? Sure. Cool. Meet me at
So,
the Elvis drive-thru in 3 hours.
Who's gonna give us a marriage?
I live in Vegas. Okay, that's probably the least strange way to get married here.
I mean, that's the point that I was making.
okay, I'll come down with my camper after it's done and ask the question.
Bleh.
Then we drive off into somewhere colder. Too hot in Vegas for me. I'd melt. See that ice cream there? That's me.
Hey,
Well, to be fair,
it's only hot here in the summer. Every other time of year is actually quite nice here.
Oh, so
Like, only the summer is bad. The winter is kind of cold, but just put on, like, a sweater, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, see, that's why I'm like, if I get
So
that
it's like a
RV
boat.
nice and reliable, and then if I get a job where I'm just working from home, basically, I'd definitely be a southern bird. You kidding me? Drive up here during the summer, then drive back down there during the winter.
Yep. I envy. That's why snowbirds are a thing, and I kind of hate them because they take all the fun away. But hey, when you're old, what else can you do?
See, that's what I'm planning on, just driving a camper around because I would have that ability without taking up anybody's annoyance.
Yeah. Oh, so in other news, well, Mimi's actually a pretty interesting character. So I characterized her as a witch. Now, witches in the Sonic universe, at least according to my definition, are beings that instead of using chaos energy, they can actually produce it. Like the emeralds can. The difference is that they can't make nearly as fucking much. But it's useful because then they can do things the chaos emeralds can do, like make things grow, summon fire, make electricity. There are some points where Mimi looks at the other characters and is like, are you guys sure you're not fucking witches? Because y'all can do some weird shit.
could imagine Sonic being like, okay, so can you make a chili dog for me?
What's a chili dog? The three.
Still imagine Sonic asking that.
That's probably the.
And yes, I'm referring to what he did in the movie.
Yeah.
The
Well,
first thing after he defeated Eggman.
the emeralds can literally materialize your thoughts into reality. Now she can't do that. That's where I put the whole caveat where it's like she can't make nearly as fucking much. I can't make a chaos. I can't make you a chili dog that way, but I can buy the ingredients and make it for you that way. If you tell me what a chili dog is. Imagine like everybody just looks at her horrified, like, how do you not know what a chili dog is? Like, I grew up in a small village in the mountains. You guys should be happy that I at least know what a fucking generator is.
Don't ask too much about. Don't ask too much for me in the modern world that you live in.
The only reason I know about these things is because I get to go outside. I'm pretty sure if you asked anybody else in the village, they look at you like you were crazy. You know what I ate when I was at home? Pumpkin soup. Lots of pumpkin soup.
And if I was a really good goat, then I got an apple.
Yeah. So most of Mimi's village specializes in a kind of chaos energy. So say like the elder, she can use water-based powers. So basically summon water and shit. Mimi can do plants. Mimi's mom can light shit on fire like Blaze. Some of them can mix and match. Like for example, ones who get good mastery can do more than one kind. But let's just say that Mimi wasn't a really good student because she has ADHD. It's hard for her to pay attention to things she has no interest in. She gets older, she's like, fuck, I probably should have paid attention to that class.
I think you mean, fuck, I should have paid. Ooh.
They do teach sex ed in her village. She's like, well, I probably should have paid attention to that. Now I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Let's just do what feels nice.
I'll just do whatever feels good and hope that things don't end with badly.
Yeah.
This is why I say when you put two cinnamon rolls together, you get like a chaotic goodness and it's too sweet to look away.
Yeah.
In this case, accident chaotic.
Like I kind of said, it's almost too sweet. Almost.
It's okay, they're learning. That's
Do it.
probably the cutest part about that. Learning together.
Yeah.
Do it.
Well, like I'm gonna give these two really big flirty vibes in their story. In the beginning, I'm gonna write it like I had in the little mini comic where Silver's nice to her, but he just straight up doesn't pay attention to a single thing she fucking does because he's too worried that the world might fucking end. Like, okay, because I can imagine like everybody else being all chill and just trying to go with the flow, and Silver's just like, "What's gonna happen if this doesn't work? What do we do then?" Poor guy's on the fucking edge of a panic attack because like I don't want to relive the future I came from. I live here for a reason. I can't go back, man. I can't go back. He goes back to his future a lot, but like the poor boy's just worried about whether or not this plan's gonna work, and he's like, he pays attention to her. Like she hugs him, and he hugs back. He's like, I am too stressed out to think about anything related to outside the mission. And he's like, I'm here to be given hugs and help. I am achieving one of those things.
I got hugs.
Like, I'm not sure if sitting in a chair, basically, essentially they start using her as a generator because, well, the Chaos Emeralds are taking energy from the world, right? One of the first things they take is electricity, so nothing fucking works. Eggman's using Morita to power his stuff, so they have to use something, and like, oh, we have a goat, let's use her. Oh, hi! Nice of you to come by. I'm drawing random Sonic crap until people decide to commission me. And I can draw shit live. I draw faster when I'm talking to people. I don't know why. My brain is just wired that way.
Well, some people focus down like this, others cannot focus like this.
I
I
need...
consider this as a special power of yours, that you can focus even more and draw even more.
I think it's just because of the distraction. My brain doesn't really do well if I have to hyper focus on one thing. I don't know. My brain's weird.
It's been almost an hour already.
You know,
I have an idea. Let's put some butterflies into your room.
some what?
Extra distraction. More butterflies. Extra distraction.
Maybe. They'd probably die in my room because it's so fucking hot in here.
Yeah, I am thankful for the AC unit in my room. It is nice.
My AC decides to work sometimes.
My AC is no existent. Oops.
As one of the things for the RV, I'm planning on putting 2 AC units on that thing. One for the sound booth that I'm putting in, and then another one just for everywhere else. Because the sound booth is heavily insulated in a very small room. That means when you stand in it, it can get up to like 140 degrees in less than an hour.
Oops.
See, Mr. Royal Guard, if I may call you that. I survive because I am a lizard person. I literally cannot stand the cold. I can survive the cold with 1,000 blankets and a hug, but my body is built to survive this heat. Now, I don't like having to survive this heat. The good thing about living in Vegas is at least the sun gives you a warning before it starts fucking baking you alive. It's not like, say, in California, where you don't feel the heat, and then you go home and then you're completely red and sunburnt. So, it's survivable. Yeah, Mimi's a delight. One of the first things she does, because the first couple of weeks she's hanging out at base, she's like, what the fuck do I do here? I'm literally just being used as a generator. Is there like no other use for me? She's walking around, and there's a stigma for witches in this world, basically because of the story from 80 years ago. So people are kind of distrustful of her, and she feels kind of bad, until she runs into Cream, who's outside looking for flowers to make flower crowns. And she's like, what you doing? She's like, I'm trying to find flowers, but there's no good flowers around here. And he's like, I can help with that. Just grows a fucking field of flowers right outside the front door.
And you?
Is that enough? Ooh, that's plenty. That's how she starts making friends. She's just nice to people. She was raised good. She was raised in an isolated little village, but she was raised good.
She was raised to be the cinnamonest of rolls.
Yep. And when she's extra happy, her tail starts to wag like a puppy, and it's cute.
Yeah.
She
If
also...
you have something she really wants, she might even just put her head over the table and whine at you like a dog.
She does. She just looks at you with her big fucking puppy dog eyes. It doesn't help that her eyes actually sparkle.
Yeah.
How do you do that with...
How can you say no to that?
People just look at her like, how do you do that with your eyes? Like, I don't know. I'm a witch. That just kind of happens.
It's an emotional response to me alone.
When I get mad enough, my eyes turn completely pink. Now that's a fun time because I can't see when that happens.
And then when I can see again,
Usually,
where I'm at. It's very weird.
see, when my eyes turn completely pink, I can't see, and then when I can see again, something's always usually dead. So,
Try to avoid that.
I hope those weren't my fault, but I can't say they weren't. So, oh, for the love of Christ, my credit card people keep fucking calling me.
Whoop, shit.
Oh no.
I've been ignoring their call. There's nothing I can really fucking do right now, so.
No.
Yeah. I just gotta sit here and wait. I'm gonna get paid, but I'm starting to get afraid that once I get paid, all that's just gonna go to pay off all this fucking debt I'm slowly collecting.
Oh, I hate that feeling where you just know exactly where your paycheck's going.
Like, well, I'm gonna have to, yeah. I'm sorry, Royal Guard. She's currently shipped with silver. I put a poll on Twitter, and people picked silver. Well, technically they picked Sonic and silver, but I'll be honest with you, out of the two, I would pick silver because Sonic would drive me fucking nuts, so I imagine he would drive me fucking nuts. Like, I like you, bro, but I like being hugged and loved, and if you're not gonna give me that, get the fuck out.
Yeah.
Okay, you love the cinnamon roll, not the gotta go fast.
Well, yeah, because he's sweet. He seems like a very, very good guy to hug.
I mean, look at all that fluff.
What am I to say?
I can only imagine what their kids would look like.
Oh man, it'd be just puffballs.
I named our kid Karibo. Why? Because it looks like a Karibo.
Yep.
What's a Karibo? I don't know. Something my brain thought of. Background, you see human Mimi just with a thumbs up.
They would look like a Bobby version with of Flufflepuff with less pink to it. They're kids.
I might have to draw that.
Oh no.
Do it.
Though remember, there's this whole sub-drama that she might have to leave him because I like my drama.
Yeah, that's all the drama.
Like, I don't want to go, but I have to go home or else I'll literally never see my friends or family again. Hi! I am slowly melting to death. I have all my fans rolling at once, and I think the air conditioning actually started working again. So it's starting to cool down, but it's still fucking hot.
You can tell how much of a northern person I am. I have my AC set to 60 degrees.
Oh, I can't put it any lower than 70 here or else somebody yells at me. I'm like, I'd rather it be too cold inside. I can put on a jacket.
Exactly. You can just always put on another layer. It's fine.
In the story itself, I plan to write Mimi and Silver as like really good friends to start with because they're just both so innocent and sweet.
Yeah.
Especially after, you know, she kind of does the actual thing successfully and she passes the fuck out and like, oh my god, is she dead? Like, so it's like, she's not dead, but I'm not sure if she's gonna wake up either. She's kind of conked out completely. She wakes up 3 days later. Food!
Give it to me. All of your food.
Look, I'm either gonna eat the food or I'm gonna eat you. Choose wisely.
all your food are belong to us.
The fridge just gets destroyed each time she has to fix an emerald.
Yep.
You guys, I've been asleep for 3 days. Give me a break.
How come I can just see it when they return to base? They're just money exchanging. Like, called it.
I mean, remember that, you know that comic I'm making, the naughty one? There's a bit ongoing for that too, where it's like, who confessed first? And he's like, I guess technically me. There wasn't really, I was the one who said I love you first. And then you see Tails giving Amy $10. Like, fuck.
Yeah.
Do it! You must do it!
And then she looks at him and is like, is this normal? He's like, yeah.
You should also, Amy should totally be all smug about it.
Like, you guys have been gone all night. What did you do? And Amy's like, we had a very nice time on a date. That's all you need to know.
It was a very nice night date.
It was very nice. You see poor Silver over there just blushing like crazy. And Mimi's like, I'm pretty sure this is a taboo topic even outside. Like, she has to consider if she should say anything. Like, is this something I should talk about? Is this socially?
Is this a normal subject matter for these people?
Because back in my village, it's like completely normal to talk about your sex life. In fact, it's encouraged, so I'm not sure if that's a thing here. What do you mean it's encouraged? Well, we want to make sure there's more witches.
Another lesson about the outside world for Mimi.
Mimi has to learn a lot of new things. Like, she's quickly figuring out that it's not okay to hug random people. Because in her village, she knows everybody. So she just hugs whoever she wants. And it makes her very upset. She's like, I can't just hug people? Why? Hugs... But hugs are nice. And that's when Silver's like, I'll take a hug. She's like, yay. Also, Tails likes her hugs too. That's why she ends up liking Tails quite a bit. Something that Silver totally isn't jealous about. Not at all.
No. Those who willingly accept hugs is an instant good person in Mimi book.
Yeah, basically. Especially when they can catch her when she does her tackle hugs.
Yes, that's how you know they're the peak of the game.
Yeah. Poor Tails, she knocks him over so much. But it's okay because she's very useful to him. He can literally just hook her up to any device and it'll be powered.
Yeah.
I can imagine where they have to like fly somewhere using the tornado, but it has no juice. So they literally put her in the back and hook her up like a fucking battery. And she's just there all upset. You owe me so many fucking hugs for this. The funniest scenes I have written so far is where Shadow picks her up like a fucking bag, flings her over his shoulder, and uses her to chaos control.
A limited one probably, but hey.
Better than nothing.
Sure.
In the beginning of the story, I actually written that all three of the boys, Shadow, Sonic, and Silver, are severely weakened. Because guess what? A lot of their powers relies on chaos energy too. And if there isn't that much chaos energy left, well, they don't have a lot of energy. Until they adopt a little goat lady. And they're like, oh, we feel a lot better with you around. She's like, I feel like I'm being used.
Nah, we really like you, especially your chaos energy.
Gee, I feel so loved and appreciated. Alright, so the story I'm writing right now, I'm going to put the synopsis down. The story of Sonic Null is about the Chaos Emeralds. One day, Knuckles is on Angel Island, and he notices that the Master Emerald is starting to turn black, and instead of emitting energy, it's starting to absorb it from the surrounding areas and killing off plants and whatever touches it. He quickly finds out that it's not just the Master Emerald, but all the Chaos Emeralds are doing this. Through investigation, with Tails' help, they find out that a goat woman, a witch, has been seen tampering with the Chaos Emeralds and turning them black. While they're looking for this, the culprit, Sonic, Shadow, Silver, and Knuckles go to the Witch Mountain because they figured if a witch caused this problem, maybe a witch can fix it. And that's how they end up meeting Mimi.
I know the whole story to this shipping comic.
Yep. Also, Mimi does get along pretty well with Shadow because you can only be used as a battery so many times before you have to strike up a conversation.
Yeah.
Like, so, I heard that you almost blew up the Earth once. That's neat.
And poor Shadow being a soft, hard boy. It's like, I don't know how to respond to this.
She's like, you
Poor
take me to every mission you go to now because you have no choice, you know. Imagine like they first start and he's like, you know what, I missed the emeralds, they're less annoying. She's like, rude. Pretty mean way to treat your only hope at survival.
Rude but accurate. So how was your day?
Well, yeah, you're the one who dragged me out here, so you might as well tell me a little bit about yourself.
Yep.
So what's with the robot? You know, he's cool and all, but I'm pretty sure he tried to kill an egg the other day. So... Oh, Omega.
I need to go to the chiropractor, so
Okay.
hopefully I'll be back before the end of this.
Just be there, right? Left.
See, Shadow...
Okay, so,
In this version of the story, Shadow isn't really as mean. He's just quiet and kind of shy, actually. But he still has that cool, like, I don't need to say I'm better than you because I can just show you I'm better than you kind of mentality.
so it's more like a tsundere, but without the love interest.
Yep. So he's kind of standoffish to Mimi at first, but then he starts accepting her hugs because he realizes that resistance is futile. That and
Like
it,
with the bird bomb.
and then she's sitting there like, "You're the one who keeps picking me up to use me as a battery. The very least you can do is let me hug you. It's a lot less heavy, trust me." And then you got Mimi over here. She's very friendly, but she has an attitude where she's like, okay, I like you guys, but you guys need to stop hooking things up to my horns. It feels weird. You can feel things in your horns? Okay, so if I pinch your fingernail, that's gonna feel weird because it's connected to your finger. My horns are connected to my head. It's like if you're
Only makes sense.
it's like if you were pulling my hair. Except my hair was very thick. Alright.
Well, biology lesson. Fingernails and horns are technically made of the same substance, so that makes absolutely sense.
Yep. It doesn't help that her horns can literally act like a conduit for her powers, so. You know, it feels kind of funny when you attach those things to my horn. It feels tingly. But yeah, that's the version of the story. Mimi gets contracted to help because the witches have a law where none of them are allowed to leave the village, except for Mimi, because she's the warden. It's her job to actually look out for the village itself. So that's why she ends up going with everybody. It's like, I'm literally the only option you have. Sure,
I still don't appreciate. I'm the only option you have, but I still don't appreciate you treat me like a battery and nothing more.
Yeah, because that totally helps the fact that I'm being told by the villain that you guys actually don't care about me. You just want to use me. Because, you know, the villain is a bitter old lady who wants to kill everybody. Except for me, because apparently witches don't count. It's actually pretty interesting because at the beginning of the story, Morita is actually very nice to Mimi. To the point where it's like, is she actually evil? I'm like, no, she is evil. She's just nice to Mimi specifically. Like, oh, hello, little witchling. What are you doing out here? Like, you know I'm a witch. Yeah, of course, your eyes give you away. Here, I'm going to show you guys. So here's Silver, and you see that he has solid black eyes with very little shading. And then you have Mimi's eyes, which are sparkly and have this little colored pupil. That's how you can tell the difference between... That's how you can tell the difference between a regular Mobian and a witch. So the difference is actually very superficial until they start doing chaos stuff. And considering the shit that these boys can do, I don't even think that would tell them apart that much.
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't look that much, but when I saw the pictures of Sonic and Shadow being in Chaos mode, they actually look the same.
And he's like, oh, so you guys have super forms. That's neat. Do you guys have super forms? Only when I'm really mad. And I wouldn't call it a super form. More so I'm going to eat everything that's alive form. Oh, I need to make this ear more centered. It's so difficult to draw their ears sometimes because I don't know how it's supposed to face. There you go, that looks a little bit better.
All that talk makes me kind of curious how Sharp would look like in Mobian form.
I mean, you can draw that. I try to keep things unique, so the only really Sonic characters I have that aren't directly related to the main character, so you know, Amy's mom and dad and shit like that, is Sasako, who's a crane alien lady that came from a different planet, and Mimi. Oh, she's Mobian, but she's a witch. It's something that's really interesting, because later on people call her witch. She's like, you know I'm still Mobian, right? Just because I have these weird powers doesn't make me much different from you. I can literally have your babies. It's like if you called a Dalmatian and a Chihuahua a different species, those things can fucking breed, okay?
Especially Chihuahua. Because, you know, they're tiny and they bark a lot because of that.
But they're still a dog. I'm still Mobian. I can do just interesting things with my powers. That's literally the only difference. Look at the
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, Sonic and Shadow can basically do everything, but it's.
Except he can't make more of it. Oh, Rouge would have so much fun just messing around with Mimi because she's very suggestible. Because she does. Not easy. She's very easy. She's open to suggestion.
I actually said teasy. Rouge is teasy.
Yeah. The problem with Mimi is that she can be a little bit naive because, like I said, she spent most of her life growing up in magical Alabama. She doesn't have much reference for the outside world. So if she finds something interesting, you can captivate her pretty easily. She liked...
And then you have Rouge.
Yep. Yeah, there's this whole, like, little side story where Mimi wonders if she even really belongs in this group, because she's like, yeah, I'm just here to help them with this mission. Once it's done, I'm going to go home, so... As time goes on, she starts to like them more, because she realizes, hey, these guys are kind of cool. Oh, shit, these guys are kind of cool.
Well, that's not an issue.
Well, I have to go home, and I gotta go marry a guy, so... That's gonna be interesting. Looks at Silver, but he's cute though. It's interesting. I'm still working out how most of the story plots are going to go. I already have the basic outline done. Like, there's the first emerald that Mimi fixes. She explains that she has to jumpstart them like a battery to a car to get them to work right. But unlike a jumpstart for a car, to jumpstart an emerald, it takes literally all of the fucking energy she has, which is why she passes out for 3 days. You can imagine that scares the crap out of everybody, because, like, 1, your friend passed out and isn't waking up. And 2, that's kind of your only ticket to being saved, because the other goats are going to say, fuck you. They're not exactly friendly towards Mobians, considering what happened between the two of them ages ago. Oh, now that I'm here... I want to see if you guys like the story that I wrote for the witches. Oh yeah, did she totally try to use Mimi to win some games or something? Because Mimi can... She has very good control over plant magic, but very little control over other kinds. But she does have some magical ability. Like, I can levitate things, but not too far away. Or... I wouldn't ask me to start a fire because I might light the entire forest on fire. How are you the warden? Because I'm very good at plant magic and I work in a forest. Yeah, let me see. Oh. It smells like someone's cooking something downstairs, and I'm hoping to God it's not my baby sister, because last time she tried to cook something, she burned it. So...
Oh, fingers crossed it doesn't. It's not her.
I love my sister, I do, but I would not trust her to cook anything.
I mean, on the other hand,
Oh.
there is a saying here in Poland.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to balance out the background music so I can actually hear you in the stream.
Oh, I don't watch the stream at all.
I'm just trying to provide
Oh, yeah,
some ambience, so it's not just our voices, you know? There we go.
Makes sense.
Alright, but going back on topic, do you guys want to hear the story that Sonic Null starts with? Because of course they start out with stories. I like starting stories with other stories.
I'm waiting for the crossover between this story and the Sasako story.
I mean, technically speaking, they could exist at the same time, because Hisako's story doesn't really overlap with any other story. It's very self-contained. The only real thing is that Amy gains new superpowers. But that would happen after this story. So everything that happens here can technically be canon. The only difference is that now you have this cute little goat lady here now. Alright. But let me find the story. And let me find some appropriate ambient background music to play with this. Something ominous. Let's see what I can find in my playlist. Nope. Nope. A lot of these songs are very corporate poppy. Okay, I'm just gonna go into the actual library and search for mood. Calm, dark, sad. Let's see what I get. Okay, I guess that works. Alright, settle in, kids. Once upon a time, 80 years ago, lived a young goat girl who was full of love and wonder. When the weather was warm and the flowers bloomed, she would venture from her village home to explore the villages nearby. Vibrant and full of life, the girl lavished the gift of new sights and smells. In return for the delightful joys the city's beauty gave her, the girl used her power to nourish their lands, so that they would be provided with bountiful harvests for all. For you see, this goat girl was no regular Mobian. She was a witch, born from a village full of other witches, blessed with the powers of chaos. She repeated these trips, year after year, and she was greeted with festivals and gratitude wherever she roamed. And then one day, while frolicking in a field of flowers, she met a stranger. "Hello, good miss. Lovely flowers, aren't they?" asked the mysterious man, dressed in dapper wear not common within the cities. Yes, they're gorgeous. I adore the spring, she replied with glee, beaming, beaming brighter than beaming brighter than the most brilliant of dawns. The witch found a friend in this stranger, allured by his kind soul and genuine care for all those in his city. For you see, this stranger was a prince. Despite that fact, the witch treated him no different than the common folk she came to know so well. The prince appreciated this, finding comfort in her unaltered sense of self. She would praise him, and she would scold him, all without care for who he was, but all out of love. And that love... Hold up, the music stopped. I'll just stop the music and read it normally. There we go. And that love brought this witch back to the prince, year after year. Companionship turned into friendship, and friendship to love. It was a beautiful feeling, enveloping the two in a fairy tale. Their love was so light, so bright, the spring never seemed to end. But where there is light, there are shadows, and as each passing year came and went, the light grew brighter and the shadows grew darker. The witch no longer visited the other neighboring towns, coming only to the city where her beloved lived. The bounty she once brought to everybody became a distant memory, and gave birth to bitter jealousy. The city she visited flourished, growing into a kingdom so grand that others paled in comparison. Hatred knocked at the doors, assaulted the walls, but the city grew regardless. Then came the day when the prince came to the witch and asked for her hand in marriage. He asked that she stay with him forever, not only in just the springtime. The witch, overwhelmed with joy, agreed. News of their betrothal spread like wildfire throughout the lands, and the hatred that spent so long brewing had finally reached a boiling point. A witch marrying a prince! How vile, one would say. He doesn't love her, he just wants her powers, said another. Each comment was a spark. Why should the witches have these powers at all? The flames soon erupted. Angry and bitter, the towns rallied together. They came to the quiet village of the witches, and in a single night reduced a humble town to ash and ruin. Many witches were captured or killed without mercy or care. Their screams tore into the night like lightning, and much like lightning, their silence came just as quickly. The remaining witches fled for their lives, carrying nothing but the clothing on their backs. Up into the mountains they went, far from the reach of those who would hunt them. And there they remained to this very day. And that's the story. That's what it opens with. Sorry for flubbing so much.
I'm actually surprised there wasn't anything mentioned that maybe the witch put a curse on the prince. That's why he's marrying him.
Well, this is actually to show the perspective that, technically speaking, the witches didn't do anything to deserve what happened to them.
Yeah, so it makes sense, because they didn't. But of course, superstitions.
Yep, but that is a belief that spread. After the witches were banished, people in the other villages began to spread rumors, thinking that their bad harvests came from the witch's curse. So people started avoiding the mountains in fear that they would be cursed by the remaining witches, which acted like a shield for those witches, but resulted in their reputation being destroyed, despite the fact that, again, they didn't actually do anything.
At all.
Yep. And that's a story that's passed down through the witches, through fairy tales, like a cautionary tale where it's like, sometimes the kindness you show to others isn't deserved, or it's mainly just as like a little scary story to tell little kids so they'll stay in the village and not want to leave. If you leave, then you'll be hunted down. Now people know. The sad thing is,
so real.
Yeah, the sad thing is that technically they're not wrong, because the animosity for the witches still exists to this day. Mimi, while she's traveling with her friends, she can see people give her weird looks because of her eyes. At some point, she has to start wearing sunglasses because she'd rather people not know. it's hard to tell that she's a witch just by looking at her, but once you see her eyes, it's hard to really deny it. And it's sad because there is a city where she goes with Amy and somebody throws a rock at her because she's a witch. That's when she decides to start wearing sunglasses. The reputation for witches is pretty soured. Though not everybody's mean to her, of course.
Lucky for that.
Like, for example, all of her friends and her maybe boyfriend.
We don't know how that part's gonna end. With that maybe boyfriend.
Maybe. Or hedgy hoggy boy. Oh, there's a lot of interesting things in this story. Everything from deceit to corruption to somebody getting body snatched. Because of course they're going to get body snatched. That just makes the drama much better.
Oh, the delicious drama.
E.
Feed me with the energy of your drama.
Now here's the thing about that story of the witch and the prince. It's a story that doesn't have an ending. Because you see, the story is told through the witches, but they don't know what happened after they were banished to after they escaped to the mountain.
Actually makes me maybe curious what happened with the prince, actually.
Oh, I can tell you that, if you guys don't mind spoilers. It's a story spoiler, but you'll figure it out pretty quick. I'm just waiting to see if the chat is okay with that. Only the chat will know. There's only like 4 people in here anyways.
Oh, and you know me, I don't mind spoilers. There are rare examples when I do, but usually I don't. But let's wait for the chat.
Let's see what the chat wants.
Also, sorry if you hear me breathing through my mouth. Allergy is killing me this time.
I technically still have COVID, but it's not strong anymore. I can function. I just feel dizzy. But hey.
Well, that's an improvement.
Yep. Look at these two, just enjoying their ice cream. So cute.
Oh, so cute.
Oh, wait. I forgot their sprinkles. Somebody said, don't wet sprinkles. They're gonna have sprinkles.
It's actually ironic said that Silver said with extra sprinkles when he's all sprinkly.
He's a very fuzzy boy. Look at him. He's like a fur ball. Ooh, it's warm in here. The air conditioning went down again. Fuck me. Alright, let's go back to regular YouTube. Don't you just hate it when you can't spell a word unless you, like, write it out?
That's basically me every time I speak English.
I try to spell out words, and then my brain doesn't know how to spell them out correctly. There we go.
In my case, it's sometimes even worse because I don't even know the word. I know the word, but at the same time, I don't know what the word was.
Alrighty, so
like,
the chat...
What is the word? I know the word, but I can't recall it.
Alright, so the chat wants to hear the second half of the story. So, the princess, or the witch and the prince, this part continues from their perspective. As soon as the witch heard of the tragedy that befell her home, she went to her fiancé and begged him to help them. As the prince of the nation, he had the power, but he told her that he would instead converse with his father to see what he could do, the king of the land. One night, she eavesdropped on their conversation and discovered that everything she had known was a lie. The prince was told by his father to gain her trust and convince her to stay in the kingdom so they may benefit from her power forever. Enraged by the deceit, the witch took a monstrous form and destroyed the entire kingdom in one night. Her bitterness took a form so vile that she could never turn back to what she used to be. Enraged by the fate that fell her people, she swore that she would take revenge, even if it took her entire lifespan. Alas, the story
Sorry.
Alas, the story has no ending, for the witch lives on, but she assures it will end with the toll repaid, with the cries of thousands in the night, followed by deafening silence.
Yeah, I know where this is going. Considering all the rest of the story, I know.
Yep. That witch is the main villain of the story, Morita. This one here. You guys can see it in the stream.
Oh, there she is.
Yep.
I forgot about there's a delay.
She's a scary old lady. Very bitter and hateful. She'll actively attack any Mobian she finds. Except for Mimi. When she meets Mimi, she's actually quite gentle with her, trying to convince her to return back to the mountain. Because in the end, Morita wants to take revenge on the Mobians who mercilessly and needlessly attacked her people. But she doesn't want to hurt her people. Unless she absolutely has to. So she can be deceived in the beginning of thinking that she's a misunderstood character. No. She straight up wants to just destroy everything to make the Mobians pay for what they did to her people.
Oh, to be fair, how would you feel if you would hear what she heard?
Yeah, where basically her own naivete cost the life of her people. Though, when you think about it, it still isn't really her fault. She was giving people a gift, and then she stopped giving them a gift, and they became angry because of that. It was just bitter jealousy. Though in the end, it was her kindness that signed the death warrant, and that's something that she could never... That's why in the end she becomes very bitter and doesn't share or become trusting of anybody, because she did it once, and it cost the lives of hundreds. But Mimi has a different stance. At first, Mimi is kind of hesitant, because what Morita puts in her head is that these people don't actually care for her. As soon as she's done what they need her to do, they're just going to toss her aside. And Mimi's like, I'm okay with that. I don't want to stay with these people. I want to go home. But after a while, she starts to question because she starts to like them. But she always has this lingering doubt that they're afraid of her. That she's only really there to fix the emeralds, and once she accomplishes that goal, then the same thing that happened to Morita is just going to happen to her. It's that lingering doubt that's always in her mind. She doesn't try to listen to it, because in the end, she tells herself that she made a promise to these people. That she promised she would help them. And even if that's all they need her for, even if they do throw her away in the end, she still has some place to go back to. So she doesn't try to think about it too much. But it still hurts, you know? It especially doesn't help that, like, for the first 2 emeralds that she's around for, they basically use her as a walking generator. And she understands why. They need power. But she kind of questions if she has an actual role to play in this group, other than being a walking power source. It's that lingering doubt. It doesn't help that Morita has a really good point. All these years ago, she was used in a horrible way, and it cost the lives of so many people. How does Mimi know it's not happening again? Where they're using her, and then it could end badly for her and her people. She doesn't. She just has to trust that they're good people.
It is a good point.
Like, Mimi is very kind, and she is very naive, but she's not dumb. She understands where Morita's coming from, but the way Mimi sees it, the crimes committed 80 years ago were committed by people who, for the most part, have died out. The people that she's with now, they had nothing to do with what happened 80 years ago. So why should they pay for the crimes that they never committed? It's like, say, if your dad shot some dude in the face, and then you get punished for that. Why? You weren't the person who shot him. But that goes back to the question as to whether or not Morita's right, that all of them are just the same. Morita's perspective comes from the fact that villages worth of people came to her town and killed everybody. And then the person she loved the most, her fiance, lied to her. Was using her naivete.
Yeah, I was actually curious if it was just the king who said just use her, or was it the prince who actually said to it, yeah, sure, I'm gonna use her.
Well, it's one of those things where you'll never know because she killed them both in her rage.
Oh, so it's actually open to interpretation. Did he actually love her, or was he just actually manipulating her like he was told to?
Yeah.
And he never loved her.
Because technically speaking, in the story itself, the king never told him to marry her. He just told him to convince her to stay.
Huh. Well, maybe it could be that he actually fell in love with the prince, or he actually thought best way to keep her, marry her. I'm gonna endure her as long as she's useful.
Which can show you that
never know.
You'll never know.
Unless you decide somehow to make some sort of a ghost story when you meet the story, you meet the ghost of the prince who actually says one or the other.
No, I'm gonna leave it up to interpretation because sometimes people are just shitty. Sometimes people are just using you, and it hurts when you figure it out.
Yeah, and plus, let's face it, the trope of my father said to use her, but I actually love her. It's actually pretty generic.
Yep. And it's interesting because it does provide a great foil for Mimi, where Mimi when isn't that different than Morita when she was younger, very naive, very friendly. For goodness sake, Morita used to go out into the world and visit other towns, and give them chaos energy to give them better harvests. She was a kind soul. But unfortunately, there are people in the world who are willing to manipulate that kind soul.
Yeah, but at the same time, it actually emphasizes the never-ending cycle the goats actually put themselves into. They stayed isolated, so they don't know much about the outside world, so that makes them vulnerable to be words. To be more naive towards people, to be too trusty, then they get hurt, they get more isolated, and that's the cycle.
And here's the biggest problem with it. The goat village is completely isolated. In the beginning of the story, I straight up told you guys that they have arranged marriages. The reason for that is to avoid inbreeding. So Mimi's husband, the one that she's betrothed to back in her village, Mimi actually doesn't have a problem with it. When she's told that she's going to marry this guy, she just kind of looks at him and is like, you want to marry me? He's like, there are worse people. She's like, cool. She doesn't really have a problem with it because it's just normalized in their town, where it's more so to preserve their species than out of love. Plus, it doesn't help that you know everybody in this town. So, either way, it's going to be weird. Like, I don't... People ask her...
It's part of the being shipped rather than being shipped to some stranger. By force.
Yeah, basically. Mimi's sitting here like, I get it, I don't like it, but I don't get it. And then people ask her, are you in love with somebody else? She's like, no! Everybody in this village is like my brother and sister. It's just fucking weird. Like, it's weird when you know everybody so well that you can basically name every single person in the village, know what their favorite food is, know what they do every single day, and then see them at the end of every single day so you can hear the stories from the elder. Like, eventually they just become part of your family, and you're like, well, were they ever not part of my family? Like, the marriage doesn't really change anything. The only thing it changes is that now I have to have a kid with them, but, eh. That's why she's doesn't really have a problem with it, but that's the main issue. The isolation of the witches is causing a lot of problems, where eventually they're not going to really have a choice. Plus, it doesn't help that as soon as Mimi gets out into the world, she falls in love with this cinnamon bun of a man. And she's sad because she sees that he hangs out with Blaze a lot. And she's like, well, it's okay, because I have a fiancé waiting for me back home.
And at the same time, actually, the cinnamon roll with the glaze on it,
Well,
referring to the color, that it actually looks like a glazed cinnamon roll.
yeah.
Yet he also feels something to this goat witch that he just met.
Not at the beginning. I made it very explicit that in the beginning he actually doesn't really think about her much because he's too busy focusing and worrying as to whether or not their fucking plan to save the world is actually going to work. They literally picked up a random goat lady from the forest to fix the Chaos Emeralds. And even she admits that she doesn't know if she has enough energy to even pull it off. So he's just stressed out. He's like, I don't have time to think about how cute and snuggly this girl is. I want to not die. I don't want the world to fucking perish. I have to come up with backup plans. I do play off with a thing where he's optimistic, but he's also realistic. Where he's like, I hope I'm wrong, but just in case I'm not, I have A, B, and C. Thankfully he is, but it kind of comes at a decent cost, considering the fact that she gets knocked out for 3 days at a time. And then
Well, guess what? But the battery has limits of how much power they can output.
Yep. Like, dude, I can fix the emeralds, but I can only do them one at a time every week, because if I go anywhere beyond that, I'll probably kill myself. And let's be fair, we don't want that. Sure, it might be for the selfish reason that they don't want her to die because she's literally the only goat willing to help them. But you know, she's also pretty cute. She's a cutie. Let's not kill the cute little goat.
Don't kill the cute goat. That's a crime.
Like, don't kill
That's a sin.
the cute cinnamon roll who likes to collect seashells and other random crap and keep them in her room. Mimi, why do you have a rock? Because it's sparkly. It's red. You don't see red rocks where I'm from. That becomes the main crutch of their friendship, where Silver quickly realizes that she hasn't really seen a lot of things. Like, she knows what some things are. Like, she's been told what snow is, she's been told what ocean looks like, but she's never actually seen those things. So he starts showing her around and letting her see those things, and she becomes fascinated. And then she has the Ariel effect, where she starts connecting that fascination with the world with her fascination with him. Especially when she starts realizing, why aren't you a witch? Like, what? You can levitate shit. Like, none of your other hedgehog friends can fucking do that. It's kind of blend the line how, even though she's technically a witch, there's actually not that much of a difference between the two.
Oh, if you can think about it.
Like,
That being said by someone who has no idea about the Sonic lore.
well, the Sonic characters can do some really wild shit with chaos energy. But guess what? So can the witches. The only real difference is that their bodies can produce it. But they're still just regular Mobians underneath of it all. Like, we can have kids with Mobians. We eat the same things as Mobians. We do the same things as Mobians. The only difference is the fact that we can manufacture chaos energy. But I'm pretty sure if you guys could do the same thing, you'd be able to do the same things we do. That, and there's a point in the story where Mimi's convinced that Silver's afraid of her. Because she can do some pretty freaky things. If she gets angry enough, she can explode. She calls it a chaos rift, where basically she takes all the chaos energy inside of her, and it just releases all at once. She'll pass out after that, because it's basically the same shit she does when she has to revive the emeralds. But she can cause a lot of devastation if she really wanted to. She has no real control over it, though. She can't control what happens in the blast. It just happens. Basically a big, giant bomb.
Big bang attack.
Basically. Silver, your shoes are probably the simplest ones, but they're also really weird. I'm
Nothing wrong with simplicity. Excuse me.
Like, Sonic shoes are really weird because they're this weird middle ground of being complex and simple. But no, maybe it's an interesting point of view because Mimi wants to trust these people because she's a very, by nature, she's a very trusting character. There's never been a situation in her life where she can't really trust somebody because she grew up in a village where she knows everybody. Like, well, the concept of having to be cautious of people isn't something that really comes naturally to her. She's cautious around strangers, but she doesn't inherently distrust them. Which is the same problem that Marita had as a young girl. So, it's just a matter of whether or not she runs into the right people. Now we, as the audience, know that she ran into the possibly the best people she could. Sonic and his friends are probably one of the nicest, most accepting group of people ever.
Yay for that.
But Mimi doesn't know that. For the majority of the story, she's questioning whether or not she should help. There's a scene where she and, I want to say, I might put it in the scene with Shadow, are passing by this farm, and you see that a lot of the plants have been devastated by a recent storm. Mimi can help fix them, but she's hesitant to, because guess what? Growing plants for other people is the very thing that caused the entire problem with her witch village in the first place. Like, she wants to help these people, but she's conflicted as to if she should. Like, I can help them, but
Moral dilemma, yay.
Like, you see this kind of conflicting back and forth with her, especially when she starts actually liking these characters. Because she starts to really want to help them more than she already does. Like, I can do more for you guys than I'm doing now. Is that a good idea? Like, Marita's really deep in her head because it's hard to argue with what Marita's been through. Like, it's hard to trust people who have hurt you so badly in the past. But Mimi has to keep reminding herself that the people she's with now aren't the same people who hurt her kind 80 years ago. That maybe if everybody has the initial ability to be evil, but on the contrast, everybody also has the ability to be kind. It's more so the question of whether or not it's fair to judge everybody based on the actions of people, of different people from so long ago. It'd be like, say, if I brought a slave owner from the past to present day, is it fair to treat a present day person the same as that slave owner? Especially considering that, yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like people change over time. It's, sure, maybe right now people aren't accepting of the witches, but it could also just be because witches they hide. They don't really do anything to better their reputation. They just hide.
But at the same time, they don't do anything to worsen their reputation because they hide.
Now, they hide for reasonable reasons because they're afraid of being fucking wiped out. But Mimi sits there and she's thinking, maybe if we come back into the open and just start helping people, it'll help improve our reputation a bit. But on the other side, she's afraid that can cause more problems than it's worth. Oh, hold on, I'm getting a call. Oh. They're gonna keep calling me.
Oh shit. What's about this? I also short on money.
Yeah. What?
Maybe maybe if the rest of my family would jump in to also chip into that Disney Plus I was able to buy. Also still salty about the fact that we don't have the second season of Our House.
Sorry.
I don't.
Oh.
Hey.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey. I would gladly help if I could.
No, you're fine. You're fine. It's, you guys help me out plenty. It's really just because I haven't really planned to advance and all these. It's just thing after thing is hitting me. I have a job now, but they don't pay me for another week and a half, so I need something to help me survive until then.
Let's hope that something would come up.
I doubt it. With my luck, I doubt it, but we'll see.
I'm still gonna try to spread the word as much as I can.
I will see. Apparently someone sent a commissioner my way, but I haven't heard dick, so I don't know what's happening there. Oh, neat! Do you know that little animatic thing I made of Sonic and Amy kissing as a joke? Apparently it's created a multiverse.
Because people recently really love their multiverse.
No, it's a joke that it's a joke that they were having, some people I know were having online, where it's like they're watching Sonic and Amy kiss, and then they kiss, but one of the people passed out. And Amy's like, "Don't worry, I got you, fam. I got it on film." And then she has her camera. That's where that stupid little face that I have on my Twitter icon came from.
Oh, that thing.
I love that stupid face. It's so fun.
It's so precious.
It's just a fun time.
Fun time is good.
I do have, so somebody's saying that acquire a Patreon account. I've had a Patreon account for 3 years. I shill it consistently. In fact, I post Sonic comics early to that. Right now, the last pages of Chapter 2 just released on there. Oh, you saw the pages, Sharp. What did you think of the final page? The one that's fully colored. It's pretty, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's very pretty. It's very cool.
It took me it took me way too long to do.
That's the problem.
The tweet you're trying to has been deleted or is not visible. What? Oh. What?
What's it?
Twitter's being drunk. Here. Send this guy this.
Oh. Ah, gotcha.
I've been chilling out my Patreon for ages. Especially because now I'm going to see if I can post small video things to there. I need to practice my animation. I'm getting pretty bad at getting consistency, right? Oh no, I'm straight up making this a fucking Mimi Silver Ship Fest. I just want to draw 2 cinnamon rolls being cinnamon rolls while facing a world-ending danger. Then here in Otherworld I have Shadow and Amy get trapped with a crazy bird lady who becomes their mom. I have great diversity in my story writing, apparently.
Yeah.
One's
All
about
the craziness.
50
Shades of Craziness.
Yep, one's about found family and the other one's about, hey, maybe the outside world isn't so scary. But there's some cool scenes I'm going to write in here. Like there's a scene where Mimi and Morita fight. Now keep in mind that at this point, Morita isn't just a common witch. She's basically a sorceress. She's been around for so long that her mastery of magic is far beyond anything Mimi has accomplished in her 22 years of life, because she's 22 in this. But the one thing that Morita doesn't have that Mimi does is agility and basically youth. Mimi's very good at evading things. She's good at sneaking around. She kind of has to be when you have to stalk people in the forest near your home to make sure, you know, the people near your home are there to do things that don't involve you. Like, people can camp on Goat Mountain. It's just that stay away from our goats and you'll be fine.
Oh, the moral dilemma.
Yep. It doesn't help that the more Mimi comes to like her new friends, the harder it is for her to go back home. Because here's the thing. Before Mimi left, she promised the elder that when she came back, she would marry her husband, have her kids, and stay in the village. Because that's what the goats do. They stay in their own village, they stay there and they raise their families. Once Mimi has her kids, she has to give up her position as being the warden to stay with her kids. So she will be trapped in her village for the rest of her life. at the beginning of the story, Mimi's totally okay with this because she's like, well, this is my home. Where else would I want to be?
She makes the cast of colorful characters.
And then she makes some friends outside and falls in love with one of them. But even then, it's not just him. She starts to fall in love with the world in general. But she's just fascinated by it. She's like, we've missed out on so much since we've been gone. Just the 80 years we've been isolated, the world has changed to be something completely different than what we're being told about. Like, the elder would tell her stories about how horse-drawn carriages will go down to the supermarket to sell their food. No, now you can just go to a giant-ass fucking store and buy everything you need from there. Or you can literally have entire households run by technology. Like, the things she's never even imagined. Now, some of it's pretty scary, because she's like, well, I don't know how most of this stuff works. But that idea alone kind of freaks her out, because, like, what happens another 80 years from now? What happens the day when we finally decide we are ready to go back into the world?
Being isolated like this it does make sense that she actually got really curious about the world. So curious that it grew into fascination.
Yep. You know, plus there's the benefit of having this hot silver hedgehog who's incredibly sweet. Like, Shadow's sweet. She likes Shadow, but he's kind of quiet and doesn't like to be hugged or hold conversation. She likes Sonic, but he's a cocky little piece of shit that cuts on her nerves sometimes. And then you got Silver over here, the softest boy who will let her hug him and just still chill. Like, he'll go get ice cream with her, because why not?
And this is why he was the best pick for the little shippy thingy
It
of Sonic.
was either him or Tails, because let's be fair, Mimi and Tails, that's another really cute ship idea.
Indeed.
Plus, you know, funny because a goat and a fox. Silver shoes. How white should I make them? I'm getting better at drawing Sonic characters. I'm still kind of rough at them. Their proportions are kind of weird.
What you found?
No, I just changed Mimi's mouth, so instead of flicking it, she's like nibbling at it.
That works too.
Yum.
Oh, it's cute.
Look at these two. These two are basically diabetes in walking form.
Next scene. Ow, ow, brain freeze, brain freeze. But she's still numbing.
Num num num. I will suffer
Numb
through
brain-
the pain.
Numb brain freeze.
I will suffer through the pain. You can
Why
just-
one more? I don't care about the brain freeze or whatever.
She tries a chili dog for the first time. She eats it and she's like, so why do you guys call it a chili dog? Isn't a dog an animal? Just her questioning things. No one has the answers to her questions though, because no one actually knows. She has to Google them. Like, what's a Google? What's a phone? Ooh, this is a phone. Is this the internet? Oh, people are so mean on the internet. Just her discovering new things, and people are like, maybe we shouldn't show her everything on the outside yet. The interesting thing, they do give her like a phone-like device, and she mostly uses it to take pictures of the most random things she finds. Like, you go through her phone, you see a picture of some random bug she found. You see a picture of the sun, where she pointed the camera directly at the sun. Just like random pictures that she takes, just because she's fascinated by things. She's like,
One would think that she would be also fascinated by the phone itself.
takes a picture of a phone with the phone.
Copy of a phone!
Well, eventually you start finding pictures of Silver in there, and you're like, oh. Like, why is there so many pictures of Silver? It's like, oh, he's fascinating. What do you mean? He's just interesting. Silver interesting? Yeah.
And then it would pick up on it. I have this like a smog, shipping smog.
And that's when the whole bet happens. Who's going to confess to who first? Because let's be fair. I'm pretty sure neither of these two would be good at hiding their crush, but they'd somehow both be completely oblivious to the other. Poor Silver comes from a future where there's practically no one, and his world is destroyed. And Mimi comes from magical Alabama. So, take your pick.
It's tricky. If it would come to me, I would say it's a coin toss because they could, both of them could eventually confess, but at the same time, both of them would be too shy to say this.
Alright, just gonna put that away for now. But yeah, this is basically how I've been spending my time, trying not to melt down.
Surprised that there's the temperature over here. It's actually bearable. Usually, by this time, it's already getting hot.
Yeah, Vegas, it gets hot pretty early on. It's starting to get really warm in May. I think it's 105 degrees outside today. Fahrenheit for non-Americans.
Yeah, because I totally know how much this is in Celsius. Oh, that's how it is when you communicate between Europe and America.
Oh, wait, I just found a way to make this scene even funnier. Hold up. Just him looking at her worried like, Mimi, don't bite the ice cream.
Doesn't care if they're gonna bite it. Maybe even chop on the entire thing at once.
She doesn't know. Okay, give her a break. Let her do what she wants, so she'll learn.
In a hard way, but still learn.
Num.
Nam nam nam.
Ah, DeviantArt. Fucking cringe fest in there right now. Alright. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
just.
I think most of the artists actually moved away from DeviantArt these days.
Yeah, I just posted my Sonic shit there. Oh, this is cute. I'll have 2 ice creams, please, with sprinkles. I'm not gonna color this page. It's gonna be like this. Not page. This painting. This drawing. Just put a little background thingy here. You think I'd be good at drawing straight lines because I'm an artist? I'm actually terrible at it. Oh.
You're still better than I am. My straight lines will probably look like curves.
The only reason it looks semi-decent right now is because I have the graph. Oh, wait. His face, like, you're gonna regret that so much here in like 10 minutes.
I give her 5.
Realization that this was basically him just a year ago. God damn it. Except without all the cuteness that makes you feel bad about telling her not to do things. He couldn't pull off giving people those eyes. Little puppy dog eyes.
How can you say no to those eyes? It's a crime to say no to those eyes.
Mimi, you need to stop collecting random garbage. It's not garbage, it's treasures. Let me live my life. Yeah, but she's a very sweet character. She makes it clear that even though she's not sure if these people are good people or not, she's still willing to help. I promised I would help you guys save the world, and god damn it, I'm going to fulfill that promise. And I'm gonna go home and sleep forever. Click. Okay. Damn it. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Turn this on.
Now to move some layers.
I'm just drawing a simple background so it looks like they're sitting somewhere instead of just in the void.
Yeah, that's probably good idea.
Alright.
So cute. Oh, so funny.
So wholesome until she starts getting a brain freeze and cries out.
But she doesn't care. She wants more. Masochistic in a cute way, if you think about it.
Yep. The ice cream will never win. Victory will be mine. Oh, sweet child, we need to teach you how to do things. It's really funny because some of the things she knows about are just random because of random campers she finds. Like, oh, I know what a radio is. How do you know what a radio is? What do you think people do when they go camping in the forest? Oh, right. Uh,
Maybe don't bite the ice cream or nope, too late. Brain freeze.
no. Ah!
I tried to warn you.
Alrighty. No, too thick. What is this music? That's really weird music. Hold up. Oh, ugh. Let's go intense with it. Why not? Let's see what else I can find that's a little bit too lax. That works, I guess. Okay, I'm happy with this. This is going to Twitter now.
So cute.
Alright, let's see what else I can do for today. There we go. No, it's on Twitter.
By the way,
Alrighty. Now what do I do next? And I guess I can work on a new page for Sonic Soul Blitz. I technically should be doing that, let's be fair.
I mean, that's also an option.
I guess you guys get to have a sneak peek today. I do like this page a lot. It's very pretty.
wonder what's the Sonic's reaction over on this page.
Gee, I wonder what he's going to do.
It's a little bit awkward.
Oh, got a comment. Oh, that's you. Aw, thank you, Sharp.
Well, the reaction in a nutshell.
Oh, new Philly DeFranco dropped. I'll watch that later. I watch Philip DeFranco basically every day.
What's that?
It's a comedy news thing.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, you're fine. I'm talking to the people in the chat, sorry.
Oh, okay. Ooh, someone's back. It's a Dev! Dev is back!
Hi, Death. You missed all the cute conversation, like how Mimi doesn't know what ice cream is, so Silver has to tell her not to bite into it.
Oh, we were kind of talking about that before I left.
Here, I'll link the actual thingy. And it's
Yeah,
cute,
show me.
and I finished it. It was cute.
Hold on, got you.
Also, welcome back. How was your chiropractor visit?
Oh, you know, bones popping, cracking, all that
Oh.
fun stuff. And then afterwards I gone to the hardware store to get a part for that service, for that camper so I can get it to run.
But hey, you had your own ASMR session in real life. On your own.
There it is.
Because
It's...
apparently...
No.
Sorry.
No. Mimi, don't
No.
don't bite the ice cream.
No, gonna do it. Gonna be
Yeah.
adorable.
Yeah, I said it before. I could imagine Imi actually biting the whole thing off.
Being so delicate here, like the first time she did it, she just went, just bite half the thing off. Like, ow.
Yeah, and then dies immediately after.
Or at least her brain.
Yeah, exactly.
I am stressed, but I am not letting it show because if I don't show that I'm stressed, then the stress doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Joking aside, it could be better. I got COVID, and then bills just hit me all at once, so I'm kind of like in a bleh situation. My only consolation is that I now work from home, and that's basically it.
Yay.
Okay, I should probably draw her body first. I'm drawing another page of the comic, Sonic Soul Blitz. Because they're more detailed, I'm slowing down so I don't end up killing myself with overworking. Especially now that I actually have a job, so I can't exactly focus all my time on Sonic. Well, now that you're back, Death, you want to discuss the whole Sasako project later, since now it's starting to actually pick up steam?
Yeah, I got a few ideas for the spirit bird for like the sound effects and whatnot. So
Yeah. I already told you the idea of what I want. It's like a bunch of whispering voices. It's actually quite spooky.
yeah, it's more of just how do I layer that in an effective and quick manner.
Well, I can record a few things in my voice, and then I can probably get some other people to record some words that we can randomly put in there. Poor Amy. She's just saying hi and then he runs away.
Yep.
It would make it better that she just had this dream last night.
I wasn't even doing anything. I just wanted to say hi.
Wanna say hi.
What happened? I heard tring. Oh, Death. You already helped me out plenty.
I was feeling that I looked kind of lonesome.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Right now I'm trying to teach someone how to order commissions. That's a fun time too.
Wow, someone decided that you will be the first person they will be commissioned in their life.
Yep.
That's actually pretty.
It's
I'm sure about it.
It's sweet in its own way. It's just that, how do you explain? You tell me what you want, and then I draw a sketch, and then you send me money, and I finish the drawing. That's basically it.
That's basically it. You just give the artist a description or a quick sketch that you've done, and say something like this, and then the artist does it, and
Or
they send back the
general
discussion. If you like it or not, then the money gets sent.
Yeah.
Alternatively, you describe what you want, but leave some creative freedom for the artist and accept what you get.
Gotta be careful with that mentality, because some artists are actually kind of shitty at their job. I'm not gonna get into that.
I've had a few
Yeah,
artists
sure,
be
but-
really annoyed with me because of my lack of detail.
Well, I'm lucky enough to actually know another artist who's really good at it. In fact, so good that this new character she made for me, I just give the general description of things, and she made the rest, and she nailed it.
Yeah, the COVID.
Side note, she's also my friend.
Oh, that's good. But a side note, Warhorse, or I forgot how to refer to you. Yeah, I had COVID, but it's starting to wind down. The worst part of it is that I'm asthmatic, so it does mess with my breathing, but it wasn't nearly as bad as last time, so there's that. You know, benefits. Take my wins where I can get them.
Yep.
Look at the face she's making, like this is just the pure.
Pure shock.
Like, come on,
Yeah.
dude. Really? Can't you, like, stick around just for me to say hi?
Like I've said, only adds up to the dream she had last night.
By the way, I know it's weird to say, but can I just say that I like how I drew older Tails here? Where he still has a lot of his boyish charms, but he's just bigger.
Yeah, just extra
Yes.
fluffy. It's great.
He's like, he just grew a little bit. He's still
I
our...
love just his ruffled hair on the top of his head.
I can...
the forever cowlick.
Oh, he started brushing his hair back so it looks kind of like Sonic's. That's my theory as to why he started doing that.
Makes
I think
sense to
that's
me.
yeah, totally not because Tails was always a big fan of Sonic.
I would imagine he would do that. Let's just say that he's not exactly a big fan of him in this comic, because at this point Tails is like, come on, dude, just fucking tell her you don't like her instead of playing this stupid fucking game. Like, at this point she doesn't even chase you anymore, you just run away on instinct.
I think that's even worse than straight up say, no, I don't like you.
At least not in that way. I know when she was younger she wouldn't accept it, but I'm pretty sure she'd be more receptive to it now at the age of 25.
Especially when she already realizes that he probably doesn't feel anything to her.
Especially considering that basically everyone's been telling her that she should probably move on. Including her own fucking mom. And you know it's bad when Molly is giving you advice. Like, Molly doesn't give advice to nobody. She's just a fucking drunk.
Yeah. When the drunk notices, I think it's time to move on.
Yeah, that's probably a good hint to realize.
Like, Amy, baby, I love you. You'll always be my baby girl. This boy ain't good for you. He just not. Like, I've wasted 17 years chasing after him. It's like, don't think of it that way, okay? Because if you think of it that way, you're gonna try to stay to make up for the time. Just let it go. I hate when that happens. When people are like, "Oh, but I've been doing X for so long. It'd be a waste if I stop." Like, no, it's not a waste. It's just you admitting that there was nothing you can really do. Stop
You
wasting.
tried it, it was fun, it's clearly not working no more. Do something else.
Like, it was cute and charming when you guys were little kids. You're not little kids anymore.
Nope.
Like, what do you really want out of life? Imagine that's the conversation that she was talking about before. You know how she mentioned that Amy's like, I don't want to have this conversation again. It's just Wally telling her, like, you're older now, Amy. What do you want? And then the same question that Sasako asked Shadow later on, like, what do you want? The question that's hard for everybody to answer. You want him to love you? Well, you're not going to get that, so you're going to have to find somebody else. Like, you want a family? You're going to have to find somebody else. Like, he can always be your friend. It's obvious that he's never going to abandon you or anything, but he's just not going to love you the way you want him to. In the end, is it really fair for you to try and ask him to change to be what you want him to be?
Sometimes the harsh truths that you need to hear, even though you don't want to hear them.
And I'm still debating as to whether or not I'm going to make this extra juicy drama where it turns out, hey, he does like her. He's just too shy to admit it, because that's the actual canon reason that they give for him not admitting that he likes her back. But let's be fair, that's also a detriment. You guys are both fucking 20, in your 20s. Sonic, you're almost 30. This is a pathetic ass game to play at 30.
Come on, man. You're losing your edge here. Well, yeah.
Like, it's one thing when you're a little tiny 15 to 12-year-old boy, but now you're like in your 30s. You're almost in your 30s, like, dude. Crushing in your 30s.
Like, no excuse at this point, buddy.
I'm gonna have a scene where Tails is talking to Sonic and he's like, dude, both of you are my friends and I love you both, but I can't keep standing by and seeing you hurt her like this. If you don't like her, just tell her, and if you do, then tell her, but don't play around with her feelings anymore.
I'm done being your wingman.
Like, I'm done having to come up with excuses for you every time you run off from her. Because that's what he tries to do here, where he's gonna start saying, oh, hey, I mean, Sonic he just needed to do, and then she tells him to stop. She's like, just don't. Keep in mind that later on, because Sonic just straight up ran away from her, Amy didn't even tell them that Shadow was around. The whole reason that Amy's mom comes by later is like, have you guys seen her? Last time I heard, she was coming over to tell you guys about Shadow. Like, she's gonna tell us about Shadow. She didn't say anything. And everybody looks at Sonic's like, I wonder why. This is gonna be an Amy Shadow comic because I am a fucking slut for that shit.
You are a degenerate shipper. It is fine.
You saw my post on Twitter. There are Sun Amy shippers. There are Shad Amy shippers. There are Sun Ado shippers. And then there's me over here being a gay ass bitch who supports everything. Give me all of it. I'm a gay fuck. I want all that shit.
Shipping is shipping and shipping is cute.
Yes. We all just want two characters to fucking kiss. I don't care which characters they are. I just want them to fucking kiss.
Yep.
some ship this character, some ship this character, and you're like, ship is ship.
Shipping is shipping. Though let's be fair, the canon one's probably going to be Sonic and Amy because
Yeah.
they killed Sally. They killed Sally.
And Sally was like the best candidate beforehand.
She actually got him to got her actually got him once, twice. He married her once and became the king. I find that so funny.
Hell.
King Sonic. Just the funniest shit ever.
And in the old like cartoon series, she was the one that could slow his ass down and get him to think about things too. So
Yeah. So
tell me like any other woman that could do that for that man.
actively runs away from Amy.
Yeah.
You know it's bad when they're actively making series showing that he's being a fucking bastard to his friends and maybe he needs to be a bit nicer. That's literally what Prime is going to be about. And they're sowing Shadows like, oh, is there going to be a thing where Shadow treats his friends better than Sonic? I'm going to laugh so fucking much if that's the case.
I want that. I want Shadow to be the goodest of boys with just emotional issues.
Like he's just really good with Rouge and Omega, and he's just chill friends. They go and have brunch together, and Shadow's like, I'm a loner. And Omega's like, we had brunch. You had chalky milk. Oh, poor Amy. I'm sorry, darling. I'm sorry I have to hurt you this way.
You have to hurt you so things are better later, okay?
It's okay. You get a cooler guy.
Yep.
Sure, he might be only there to try and steal something from somebody, but hey, he comes around.
Yeah, he's fine. He just needs to work on his methods.
Yeah, that's the thing. My main issue with Sonic and Amy is that she's too much of a fangirl and not much of a actual candidate for a couple.
Yeah.
Where she kind of idolizes him, and I have a feeling that's the worst possible thing you can do with Sonic.
Yeah. Like, honestly, yeah. Not Amy. Her name just completely escaped me. Wow, that was impressive.
Sally?
Yeah, Sally, Mrs. Acorn, or Queen Acorn, whatever. Sonic needs a type of, oh wow, I'm doing so well here. You can tell the heat does not do good things in my head.
Yeah. I think what,
Sonic needs a type of relation and a type of, person in his life that can make him slow down and think about things. Or tell him no. That's the biggest thing, honestly. Sonic needs somebody that will tell him no and why.
yeah, basically. And unfortunately, Amy, as she is right now, she's too much of a yes girl.
Yeah, it would just be a bad relationship for that.
Yeah.
But let's be fair, this iteration of Amy would probably be best for Sonic, which is ironic considering the fact that she's gonna get scooped up by somebody else.
Well, this iteration of Amy, after they find her again, will just absolutely kick his ass and be hilarious to watch.
I mean, the reason she kicks his ass is totally fucking valid, though.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great.
Like, she's furious, and she absolutely fucking deserves it. You know it's bad when Shadow doesn't initially try to stop her until he realizes, oh fuck, if she doesn't stop, we're gonna be in more trouble. Okay, let's be
Hang on. Beatty's going a little bit too far. Let's pull his back.
Let's be fair, he's fucking pissed too. It's just that I'm gonna let Amy take care of this because she has a point to prove.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make this more comic-like to make things more dynamic. So there's one panel here, and then there's going to be another panel there. Go ahead and draw the ground. Now, I'm sure you'll notice, but in the comic itself, there's actually nothing in front of Tails' garage. That's because that's where the tornado is, and that might come into play later. So there's like a straight, empty lot right in front of Tails' house.
Well, it makes sense if you got a jet sitting on the other side. So.
Yep.
Speaking of, I love his little, like, house garage. It's his face.
That's what his house is in a lot of the games. It's just his face, and I'm like, that's hilarious. It's cute.
Well, that just shows how little video games I play, because I didn't know that. I'm like, oh, that's great. It's dumb, and I love it.
It changes every once in a while. Like in Boom, he actually had like a tiki hut as a house. But I'll always remember when he had just a tiny little house in the shape of his face.
I can just see Tails as kind of a forgetful genius.
I think that's like
where-
a ditzy genius, where he's a fanboy and he fanboys so hard that he forgets things.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I mean. And so he would honestly forget where his house was if it wasn't his own face.
No, I think I wouldn't say screw Amy. I think she can genuinely be a good character. They just need to detach her from being Sonic's fangirl.
They need to flush her out a little bit more and just not be a one-beat character.
Like give her something more. Like Tails, he's Sonic's fanboy, but there's been arcs. He's had arcs where he's proved himself, and then there's a thing where he's actually super smart and helps out a lot.
Yeah. It's like, we need this thing. Tails, no issue. I'll come up with that thingamajig as quickly as possible.
I once fixed a supercomputer with this detergent and a toothpick. That's actually a line he said once, and I'm like, that is fucking hilarious.
That is amazing.
That game, he was really badly characterized, but that one line gives me life. Like, the sarcasm, just the fucking sass that came off that line. Just, mwah.
That's all you really need to redeem a character sometimes. Just one absolute line.
I just need some sass, okay?
Yeah.
That's what keep us alive.
Okay. Alright. So it looks like I'm about to get a big commission soon. Which I don't mind. And
Sweet.
And it's Pokemon related. My other current obsession that you guys know about.
Even sweeter.
I literally made my own Fakemon. I'm still working on that project, by the way. It's just that making enough to fill a fucking region takes for goddamn ever. I understand why they use a team for this now.
Huh.
I am one woman.
One
It's
amazing
still
woman.
Yes, very amazing. Praise the goat.
Meh.
Bah.
Yes.
Every time I think I can't draw something, I surprise myself that I can draw it. You'd be surprised. I make a joke that every time I go on hiatus, I somehow return with better skills than I had before, but it's not really a joke anymore.
Yeah.
How the fuck? I disappeared for a year, and now I can fucking draw full comic pages. I wasn't able to do that before. At least not nicely, where you can actually read what the fuck is going on in the scene. Let me show you an example of an old comic page that I made years ago. We gotta dig deep into my DeviantArt.
Here we go.
I looked at it the other day and it's like, this is a fucking mess.
Look at this tragedy.
Look at this garbage. Pure trash. Gotta go deep in here, let's see.
Gotta go all the way in.
Before my pony days. Back in my Pokemon Mystery Dungeon days.
My, how the turns have taken.
Man, how the tits at table. That's all I heard.
That's even funnier.
Okay, that was actually pretty good.
Well, I guess if you would like, maybe after you're done with this comic page, we can quickly draw Riven as a Sonic character.
Sure. Where the fuck did I put this stupid thing?
Uh-oh.
I know it's in here. I saw it literally last week. There we are.
My kind of favorite thing about that stupid bird is the fact we keep playing with his design.
Hey, we change it up. Oh, I should probably do a call in the actual fucking call. Hold up.
Yeah, it's fine.
There's an example. Let me go ahead and stream.
Awakening, page 1.
Shut up. It was
Well, everyone starts from somewhere.
and I never finished it because of course I did it. My ADHD was a powerful thing that was hard to overcome, and now I take pills for that. Oh fuck!
What?
I had just a fucking wave of nostalgia. I accidentally found something back from My Little Pony. It's called When the Ponies Cry. It's like an opening for an anime. I wonder if it's as good as I remember. Hold up. You guys can't see it, but... Okay, good so far. Say what you will, but we got some really good fucking animators out of the pony faces.
Kind of the fact that there are some animators out there that's been told to stop by Hasbro because of just how good their animations are.
How dare you are better than us? Stop right there, you criminal scum.
Oh, that's actually pretty damn fucking good.
Oh, there's the horse stuff.
There was a bit of a nostalgia to that.
I'm having a big nostalgia hit right now. You have no idea.
I just found Mimi on the Games of Thrones sword.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll post this in the fucking main thingy and you guys can check it out. But it's not showing previews for anything because it's DeviantArt, and DeviantArt is garbage. But we don't talk about that.
You don't have any of the stuff I commissioned on here. Oh, whatever.
To be fair, a good amount of it can't be on there because of dick sucking reasons.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the nice song ones and then the other character ref sheet that I have.
Oh yeah, that was before. That was when I wasn't posting on here no more.
Yeah.
Well, also I altered the designs a little bit. I made their heads a bit bigger and their torsos a bit smaller. I figured it fits the chibi style a bit better. You know, these streams are fun. I never really know why I stopped them. I think it's because I got frustrated with... Why did I stop them? Do you guys remember?
Because generally there's so little people watching.
Oh.
And we're generally sitting here in calls, so you just stream to here anyways.
Oh, true. Well, I guess it's not so bad. It's also different from before.
Yeah.
Same shit, just now I'm on YouTube instead of just in the call.
Yep.
Oh no, I stopped because it was fucking killing my computer. Because I had a shitty graphics card.
Okay.
And I was gonna get frustrated because like it's not worth murdering my computer for nothing. But now I got a new graphics card, so now I don't give a fuck. That was months ago.
Well, that was a legit reason.
One of the things I want from that camper is I want to have an actual computer setup.
I mean, having the computer set up and all that stuff, and you basically you are all set. Yeah. And also kitchen would be also nice.
You basically have a little house. Honestly, the more you sell the camper idea, the more I'm like, that's not a bad idea.
It's just like, it makes so much sense in like almost the whole financial idea. It helps that I got it for free, but I'm only gonna be spending about like $8,000 to $10,000 on it, and it'd be a really nice camper, and I can drive it anywhere I please. So if I'm working remotely, I can drive anywhere I please, plus still have work.
Yeah, sounds great. Sonic, you messed up her hair. You don't have. If you're gonna be fucking mean to the girl, at least don't fucking fuck up her hair.
Come on, dude.
Like, she spent hours making that shit look nice. Like, I know Amy's. I wish that. Oh my god, I want them to take that route. When she was first created, she wasn't supposed to be a girly girl. She was supposed to be a rascal, like a tomboy. I wish they would dive into that part of her personality more. That's what I'm trying to do here, where she's still kind of girly, but she doesn't mind fucking getting into the dirt. Like, she'll get her nails done so she can claw out your eyes in a fight.
She'd tie her hair back, so it'd be better to kick her ass in.
I tie my hair back so it doesn't get in my way while I'm strangling the life out of you.
Exactly. And I 100% understand that now with long hair myself. I'm like, yep, hair ties are essential.
Especially with how long her quills are now. Well, here's an interesting thing. I'm going to add a little detail that when she was younger, she kept her quills short because Sonic mentioned that he liked girls with short quills. Her growing them out is supposed to be like a sign that she's just not caring that much anymore. Like, I like my quills long. Fuck you.
So, yeah.
Like, more so that her experimenting, like, okay, so I spent most of my formative years chasing after this dude. Who am I when I'm not chasing him? And when she stops chasing him, she straight up opens a fucking bakery with her mom.
Wow, it turns out I can be really constructive and forward-going when I'm not chasing after some idiot. This might say something about me.
I do see so much potential for her character. It just makes me so sad that they don't capitalize on any of it. Did you know that in Sonic 06 they gave her the ability to turn fucking invisible? Now we're here like, when the fuck? When has she been able to do that? And why hasn't she been able to do that since?
I think it was more to have like similar abilities to to the other group.
It was meant to give her something because all she really had was her hammer, and I'm like, okay.
That's all she really needed, though. I mean, who needs to be sneaky when you just beat everything to death with it?
Just make her super strong, and if you have to give her another ability, she's a hedgehog. Just give her the ability to spin dash. It's not like that was something she was able to do anyways from the beginning. Or, you know, just give her something that makes sense for her character. Like that whole tarot card thing, that's what I'm capitalizing on right now. Where she can look into the future a little bit because she has that power. She's never trained it. But when she trained it, well, goddamn, she can slice a rock in half with spirit energy. Never mind the fact that she could have pulverized it to dust anyways with a hammer. But, you know, sometimes it's useful to slice and dice.
Sometimes precision is nice to have.
Oh, this poor girl.
Her hair.
Come
Let's
on.
visit our some red.
Sonic will pay dearly for this.
Yeah, when Shadow steals his girl.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you know you could have been... It's really funny when you think about it, because Asako mentions that there's a timeline where he was her guardian instead of Shadow. So he kind of really fucked up. If he just hadn't run away from her, possibly would have been a future where he would have been her guardian. Like, this is completely... You don't want to blame but yourself, buddy.
The chance for 17 years and you blew it all away.
So I was like, are you fucking crazy? Like, what do you mean? She's been chasing you for like 17 years, and you still haven't tapped that. Like, you are just one fucking blind fucker.
I'm looking forward to the arc where Shadow and Amy is clearly a thing. It just makes
Sonic.
Sonic just very jealous over it all.
Or like they're so close to just being a thing that it's obvious to everybody, and Sonic's like in deep denial.
Yeah.
Even Sonic was like, you know, those two are like one date night away from being a thing. I have a bet going with Tails that's gonna happen before the year's out. Isn't there just like a month left in the year? Yep.
Yep. Do not fight the truth with the future seer. You will lose.
Be lucky that's the future I'm telling you and not how you die. Oh, you poor, poor fool. What? What? I foresee you dying by choking on the chili dog.
Really pathetic. Tragic, really. So, what'd you have for, so what time did you use the restroom last night?
Just like her asking random questions.
Thinking of the whole Sonic Amy thing. Look at the what I just linked.
Yeah, I seen that on Twitter before I left to go to the chiropractor.
Oh yeah, that shit's fucking sad.
Yeah, it's so sweet and sad. It's like, oh.
The angst in my heart.
Yeah.
Though, let's be fair, considering how the relationship is, I wouldn't be surprised if it took her almost fucking dying for him to actually admit that he likes her.
Yeah, that'd be pretty much how it would go.
Well, a little too late, fast boy.
By the way, there's been like an explosion of Hanahaki's Amy art right now. Hanahaki disease. Like, that shit makes too much sense for her. I'm surprised people haven't done it before.
Yeah, considering what it all stands for.
This poor lady. You deserve so much better, Amy.
Yeah, that's why we're giving you Shadow.
I can see Shadow being affectionate, like a really affectionate cat.
Just give him time.
Just, let him get over his hang-ups and the fact that he tried to steal a bunch of dead people from... I feel like that'd be like the equivalent of stealing somebody's urn full of their grandma's ashes, except instead of just your grandma as your entire species. That would be the equivalent of what Shadow tried to do when he tried to steal Sasako's gem. Like, am I wrong? Like, dude, that literally has all of her dead fucking species in it and you're trying to steal it. Like, I get why you're trying to do it, but that's kind of fucked up.
I want to just see Asako upset with some people at some point, but do it in like the most sassy way possible. It's like, oh, so sad you don't know how you die, but I'll give you a hint. What do you just do something stupidly vague like, what time did you go use the restroom last night, or stuff like that. Oh.
Yeah. No, she does have like that all the time. It's like, hey, did you have a chili dog today? And Sonic's like, yeah. Oh, you poor soul.
And just walks away.
Then off he goes to the races. Oh, my sweet girl. Oh. Yo. I'll be honest, I think they need to introduce some comic characters into the main series. Or if not that, just fucking develop the ones you have. Poor Silver. Whenever he shows up in a game, he's just there to get his fucking ass kicked.
Or just get left behind.
I'm like,
Cold,
what?
sometimes.
He either gets deceived, he's too vague about what he's trying to do so people don't trust him, or he gets his ass kicked. Like, come on, Silver. I get that you came from a timeline where no one's fucking alive, but use your words, my dude.
Words are hard. I haven't had to use them like ever.
Or, you know, get another Blaze so she can beat the words for you. You know, there's a fan theory that says that she was never actually in that game because she never talks to anybody other than Silver. So people think she's...
so it's all just in his head?
Yeah.
Oh, that makes it even sadder.
I know.
Oh.
Especially when she just fucking dies. I know they said they sent her to a different dimension, but she just fucking dies. Just straight up.
Yep. And the way you could just say it's psychologically him just dealing with the issue that was in front of him is something had to be sacrificed. That's what he gave up on, was his imaginary friend. Oh no. Oh.
The only consolation is in the end, none of this happened, and Blaze came from a different dimension where she's a princess. Somehow.
And see, that does just straight up sound like, it's all in his head right there.
Like, if that was the case for that game, that'd be so fucking tragic. What a shitty way to introduce your hedgehogs. Then again, the last one we got introduced to literally came from a fucking spaceship where everyone died. So, introducing hedgehogs in dark ways isn't really surprising. No, the first hedgehog they introduced, Amy, they introduced her because she fucking got kidnapped by Metal Sonic.
I'm 100% for that, though. Like, Blaze being just a figment of Silver's imagination because he's been alone for so long.
Like, oh, baby.
Oh, this makes it even sadder, but it makes just too much sense.
I know.
Oh.
The only other person she talks to is Memphilis, the villain. But you could say that he's just playing a trick on Silver because the entire game is him deceiving him. So what if that's the actual thing? That'd be even more fucking tragic, where she's not there.
Oh, it's a projection from the villain the whole time too.
Yeah.
Yes. Oh no.
I'm talking about just the game canon, my dude, because if you start including the comics in this conversation, it gets to be too much. The comics are fucking wild. There's a comic where Sonic's mom gets captured and gets turned into a metal robot and he has to fight her.
Oh shit.
That's sad.
And his dad gets turned into a robot too because his body gets destroyed, except his body gets taken over. So he has no free will. Like, this shit is dark as fuck.
Tell me about it. Something else we did, it was also irreversible change.
It was reversed later on, thankfully. But that's the whole thing. There's a fucking comic where Sonic is forced to fight Sally as a metal robot after he went back in time to try and save her life. So she died. He went back in time to save her, and he managed to do it, but instead she gets turned into a mindless fucking robot that Eggman uses, not only at his command, but also uses her to fight against the others using her own tactical genius.
Oh, man. That's a very smart move for Dr. Robotnik, but at the same time, wow, that is rough.
Oh my god, Bunny. There's a character in the comics named Bunny. She literally has
She's half robot in size.
Yeah, and like, fucking Christ, people saying Sonic should be child friendly, and like, look at the comics, my dude.
They made that into an animated series like in the early 90s or later 70s or later 80s.
It's just a shame they don't use Sally Acorn anymore. Or at least the Freedom Fighters. Like, I understand if you don't want to bring in Sally because of the whole Son Amy thing, but at least bring in the Freedom Fighters, dude. That's why I didn't like Sonic Forces that much, because they tried to do the whole Freedom Fighters thing without the Freedom Fighters. Like, that'd be like trying to make Kellogg's cereal without sugar.
It just flakes, dude.
It just don't work. I've never met a single person in the world who eats Kellogg's cereal without sugar. Or some sort of sweetener.
Anyways.
You can't be serious. How do you take the bland taste? It tastes like nothing.
I normally mix it in with like yogurt and other stuff.
There, see, my point still stands. You mix it in with something.
Yeah, but it's not like a huge amount of sweeteners.
Hey, it's still better than eating it fucking plain. It's like putting granola in your blah, blah, blah. Putting granola in your yogurt. I had a brain fart. I'm sorry.
I've had it plain before, and I don't like it.
Oh my god, the current IDW comics are wild. So they're going with the whole there's a disease turning people into mindless zombies, right? Sonic has it, and he's trying not to give it to the rest of his friends. He's trying to find a cure for it, and he's failing spectacularly. Like, characters that you like are slowly turning into mindless zombies. You know who they turn into a zombie? Cream.
Oh, honey.
And the way they do it to her is so fucking painful. In this version of the comics, he's not Emerald. Metal Sonic is good, right? And he takes care of Cream, and he's trying to get Cream back to her mom before she turns into a zombie, but he can't get her there in time. So instead, she asks him to sing her a lullaby as she's slowly turning into a zombie. Like, it is painful. I'm like, why? Oh my god.
Why Cream?
That sounds like Marvel or DC's level of dark for turning people into zombies.
Like,
Wow.
I'm just over here like, I promise you, if you made a Sonic game where you turn any of these fucking characters into zombies that you have to try and avoid until you can find a cure, that game would fly off the shelves. This story is wild.
Oh yeah, and especially if you like have decisions, like you could spare them or you can kill them. It's up to you, but either way, it's not gonna be fun.
Thankfully, I think they're looking for a cure and they're gonna probably get it. But god damn it gets so fucking dark, especially because you see Sonic slowly turning more and more gray because he has the disease too. He's trying to avoid his friends so he doesn't pass it on to them while trying to find a way to save everybody. They make new friends, and then one of them gets fucking turned into a zombie, and the other friend that they made starts crying and screaming over him. Like, that's just fucking dark.
And here I thought the whole turning into a robot thing was dark.
That shit was dark too!
Sonic is surprisingly dark. You don't think about it much, but it is.
Like the
Yeah,
game.
it's like Pokemon if you think about it. Pokemon is also brutally dark if you look at it.
And the,
Yeah, but some of the dark parts actually are in canon if you read the Pokédex entries.
you know the most depressing part about all of this? Oh, why is this like? Oh, that they used to make darker themes in their. Was her mom in the answer? Oh, fuck. Okay, yeah, I forgot about that part. Fucking shit. That comic is dark, but the point is, the games they used to be kind of dark because of the whole Shadow thing, but then they started fucking, and then in Heroes, Shadow, he has a fucking mental breakdown because he doesn't know if he's actually the real Shadow or not. That's what the entirety of Heroes is about.
Yep.
Like,
see, I remember that just sheerly because of Game Grumps.
and I'm over here like, why the fuck don't we do plots like this anymore?
It's like, am I a clone or am I the original?
And then,
Oh no.
and sometimes they do try to do more darker things, like in I think it was Sonic Colors. The world is literally being sucked dry of everything it has by Dr. Eggman, and then he gets duped by these fucking discount-looking ugly dolls. TM. And it's all Sonic's, and everything is Sonic's fault. When have you played a game where it's Sonic's own fault that things are going to shit?
It's been a while.
And they fucked it up. Oh, yeah, the whole... I know that part. Like, this fucking chapter is so goddamn dark. Like, they're never going to do that in the fucking games, but at least they could give us a whole thing where you have an existential crisis as to whether or not you're the actual Shadow. It's okay, in the end we find out he is. But you only find that out if you fight the final boss and you stall for long enough. Eggman will go over the intercom and tell you that you're the real Shadow because he saved your life before you fell to Earth. But if you don't stay in the battle long enough, you finish the game not knowing.
Yeah.
Like, that's some shit. Especially because the whole thing, Shadow, his arc in there is like, I don't care if I'm an android or not. I still decide my own destiny. Like,
Which, you know, is cool. But at the same time, it's better knowing.
yeah, because, like, dude, you might want to know just in case if, like, you get a virus or some shit.
Yeah, and knowing your software is pretty old already. I mean, you're 60 plus years old, I'm saying. They don't make them like they used to. As in, they make them better now, at least for holding memory.
He has to purge his memory every couple years.
That's why he never remembers anything.
He's supposed to be an organic being. It's just really funny to imagine that you have to slide a CD disc, no, a floppy disk out from the back of his
It's
head.
a floppy disk. It only has like what, 2 or 3 kilobytes on it.
Like, dude, we gotta convert you to a terabyte storage. At least.
That's almost like the most annoying part, like for video games and stuff. Or anytime they introduce Shadow, they always like, he has no memory except for what happened on the ship. So he's gonna be angsty about Maria. Like, okay, that's cool and all, but what if you actually leave him with his memories and about these people here, and he has his own opinion about things instead of trusting everybody else?
I mean, he can still be angsty about Maria because that was traumatizing. Just make it that he remembers who the fuck people are.
Yeah. It is honestly really annoying that they keep recycling the same plot with Shadow pretty much every time. Where it's like, Eggman wakes him up. Eggman tells him what's going on. And he trusts Eggman because he's the only person that he knows right now.
Or you can do
And
that
after a while, he betrays Eggman because he realizes he's the enemy to the world.
Actually, that only happened once. But point is, it's either that or they make him a fucking brooding asshole. I'm like, come on, man. I get they're trying to make him more edgy, but just because he's more edgy doesn't mean he's a dick. Like,
I'm talking about like the older video games and stuff like that because that was like every time.
I feel bad for his character. I'm just hoping they don't fuck him up in the movie.
Yeah, they leave him pretty much in stasis for his actual character.
Oh, by the way, in the game he's introduced, they fucking blow up an island and the moon. Don't sit there and tell me that Sonic isn't dark when in his first introduction, he destroys an entire island, which, by the way, most definitely still had people on it. And then let Eggman blow up half the moon with a piss laser.
No. Like in Sonic X when he was introduced, what happened? Oh yeah, an island got blown up.
He punched.
Bunch of
He punched.
destruction.
I still find.
Bunch of destruction throughout the city. Yeah, moon was falling again if I remember correctly, and then afterwards the satellite fell.
Oh, it wasn't the moon. It was the actual arc that was falling. But
Okay, that was what. Yeah, it's been so long.
here's the funny part about that. Because they had to replace Amy with Chris, Shadow was a straight up fucking dick to Chris. Fucking punches him in the gut to knock him out twice.
He deserves it.
Like,
Chris
fuck,
is a little piece of shit.
could discount Sora. They couldn't do that with Amy, which makes Shadow look so much more, soft. Because of course he's not gonna hit Amy. But who the fuck likes Chris? I would hit Chris too. Fucking
I would hit Chris too. It's so annoying.
discount fucking Sora. He's not even good in the fucking Metarex series, which is the best version of that.
They had a golden opportunity to keep him old, so he had all those skills he had before. Like, it's like, yes, he knows karate and stuff, but the excuse is he can't use karate or this other stuff because he's too young. His body's not developed for it. Like, he could have actually been useful.
And the only thing about Sonic X I actually liked his help a lot more than the actual guy. like the waiter and the lady who serves him, they're much more engaging characters.
Yeah.
I love them so much more than I did fucking Discount Sora. They don't include them at all. I'm like, come on, they're the most enjoyable human characters.
Yeah, they were the best. Those two were a lot of fun.
Fucking, one of their appearance. I remember there was an episode where Chaos is attacking, and the fucking butler just stays behind and swims to look for Chris because he's an Olympic swimmer. I'm like, what the fuck?
That man has so many skills. Like, apparently master of whatever martial art he's in, Olympic swimmer, master martial artist.
Straight up knows the location of the only Chow garden on Earth.
Yeah, and just like all these other like random little bits, like they do not pay you enough, dude.
Like, I don't know what the fuck they're paying you, but they need to double that shit.
Yeah. Especially because you have to deal with their son all the time.
And fucking Discount Sora.
My favorite bit, honestly, was when the federal agents came to the door, and the cleaning lady and the butler just absolutely bait them and kicked them out of the house. We're from the president. We're special operations. No. Okay.
Fuck you, I don't give a fuck.
Come back with more men next time. You clearly did not bring enough.
Oh, look at poor Amy. Just
I'm ready to cry. She had a rough morning, and now this is all these stacks on points.
I already had a pretty shitty morning. I don't want to have to. Getting a big old serving of Felios.
Yeah. It is not even lunch yet.
Oh, come
I
on.
could tell if she would catch up. If she could catch up with Sonic, she would probably hit you with her mallet.
Well, that's the point. She doesn't even chase him anymore. It's just more so hurts her that he keeps running away from her, even though she doesn't actively chase him anymore. Like, back in the day, she probably would have chased him around to actually hit him with her hammer, but nowadays she's just tired. She's just like, why do I even fucking try?
Doesn't compare Sonic is also a dick in this case.
Yeah, though his excuse is that he's so used to having to run away from her nowadays that it's just a second reaction. She's like, really? So, you think it's just okay to do that because it's something you got used to?
Just because you got used to it doesn't mean it's right.
Just because he got used to it doesn't mean it's something that's not hurtful, especially now that they're older. In his own dream world self, they're not little kids anymore. Playing this fucking game is just getting to be too much for her now. Well, I might have to cut this and move to a different layer. Good thing I have a button for that.
There's an app. Like,
So I only want to show her mouth and her body, but not really her face. So you can't actually see what's happening with her eyes yet. In fact, you're not going to see what her face looks like here until Tails is talking to Sonic later, and Tails is not happy. Like, Tails mentions that. I mean, Sonic talks to Tails and he's like, Amy and me play this game all the time. I run away, she comes back, she chases me. It's just a cat and mouse thing. Tails is like, dude, I think it's different this time. Like, you didn't see her face when you ran off. Like, you know it's bad when Tails is like, dude, I think that it's reaching a breaking point. You might want to man up. Fucking someone younger than you having to tell you to man the fuck up.
that tells you it's not a good thing.
I wish I could remember Discount Sora, but I blocked it from my memory. Sounds about right. Okay, let's see what this is about. Oh, a new message request. Ooh, I'm gonna get 2 commissions.
Ooh.
Ooh. Sounds amazing.
Oh no. I'm out of water.
Go get water.
I'll go get more.
Yeah, probably will also commission it, but yeah, first of all, months, and second, well, second is the fact that they didn't want to overload you with even more commissions from me.
Yeah, I am. It's. Alright,
Was it? Is it actually is cut down or whatever?
sorry, I got distracted.
Yeah, I was wondering if it's a connection cutting out or something.
No, it's just me, sorry.
Not worry.
I got distracted. Yeah, but I do want to really show here where like Tails looks at her, and then you see his face where he frowns, because you can see that when you actually see her face, you see that she's on the verge of crying, but she doesn't let herself cry. Or like she's just frustrated, but she doesn't want to cry in front of Tails, so that's why she ends up going into the woods.
And then she's gonna cry.
And then she's gonna cry, bring out her hammer, and beat the shit out of a nearby rock and accidentally fall off a cliff. I'm trying to move this chapter pretty quickly along because, let's be fair, I spent way too much time on chapter 2. But let's be fair, it was worth it for Amy's mom. Especially considering that she's not going to show up so much in the story after this. Like, she shows up later on where she's panicking over the fact that her daughter hasn't been heard from for days now. And also, so Sakura can explain more about how Amy got her ability to, her inkling for oracle powers in the first place.
I am back with water.
Welcome back with water.
The water says hi to you, don't worry.
That's good. I wouldn't want to hurt the water.
Yeah, don't hurt his feelings, even though he's gonna be gone soon.
Let me see here. Yeah, oh, my poor girl. So as I was saying to Death, I'm not going to show how her face looks like fully here. When you see it through Tails' perspective later on, you're going to see that she's on the verge of tears, but she's not letting herself cry because she doesn't want to cry in front of Tails. So that's why she ends up going off into the woods nearby. But Tails is like, I saw her face, dude. Like, I don't think this is the same as all the other times. Or before she would just get fucking pissed off. No, this time it's like, it wasn't the same as the other times. Because you could say at this point, Tails is kind of used to this game of cat and mouse too, but it didn't really occur to him that maybe it was getting to be too much. Until he saw her face.
Stuff like this, it's kind of natural. You don't know how far it will go until it's too late.
Yeah. Back this out.
Just like in this short comic I linked.
Hold on, I'll check it out right now. Just trying to.
It's just the one where it shows Amy and Sonic growing up.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's all hugging her when she's on the verge of death.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do like the progression though, where you can see that over time she just stops chasing him and just wants him to accept her love.
Yep.
I do like that kind of story arc for her, where it's like as she gets older, she gets less clingy with him.
I also love that her hair. I also just love how the hair just gets longer and longer and longer.
Okay, now I'm gonna draw the panels where it's tail saying, "Oh hey, Amy. Sorry, Sonic had something to do. I'm sure he'll be back later." And she's like, "Stop, stop." Like she's not gonna even say that much. All she's gonna say is, "Stop, Tails. It's okay." And then she just walks off. Like she just doesn't have the energy for it anymore. That's actually a really pretty comic page I'm making right now.
It's gonna be really. It's gonna be really shiny.
I'm debating still whether or not I'm gonna make this full color because I'm already putting so much effort into it. Just to,
I guess it goes. It's a standard dilemma: quality over quantity.
well, this is gonna be quality because I'm only gonna release 2 pages a week.
Normally, I'm all about quality, but at the same time, if I would, in this case, I would say maybe, yeah, maybe leave them without colors. It's to not overwork yourself.
Yeah, especially because I'm planning on starting another one. Sonic Null.
Yeah.
I find it so funny that I've made 2 Sonic comics and neither of them really feature Sonic much.
Who needs Sonic? We've already seen all that he has to offer. Let's see the background characters.
Heck, in one of these, he's actively the antagonist
Yeah.
until he figures out, oh fuck, I fucked up real bad. I should probably fix this before my girlfriend beats my fucking teeth in.
And guess what? Too late. For someone who is always about going fast, he got quite late with the things. Isn't that ironic?
Here, I'm gonna actually do this a little bit differently. It's okay that I can't draw even floors in this version because even floors aren't realistic to outside.
But nature's pretty dynamic.
I'm good at drawing nature. You guys see my nature.
Yeah. Nature
Yeah.
everywhere.
And it just occurred to me now that I still haven't designed Sasako's tower. I might have to do that.
That might be an idea.
It's going to be kind of like... This is going to sound like an oxymoron. But her temple is going to be a mixture of old temples from feudal Japan, but with a modern twist to it.
I'll be interested.
Being in it for so long, you're gonna get it just annoyed with the old stuff. So.
She changes it over time, because like I said, she can control the construction of her temple using the soul tier, because they're made of the same thing. Of course, it took her a while to figure that out. She's like, oh, I could have just fucking doing this entire time? Spending months trying to build a fucking house.
Well, at least I know now.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'm gonna have to... That's what the alarm was for! Oh, god damn it. Oh well. Oh. Ooh! Nice and smooth. But yeah, where was I? I had a point. What was I talking about? Help me.
Buildings and how she could have made it adjust the whole time.
Oh yeah, that's how I want to write Sasako's character, where because she's the only one who knows what the soul tier can do, she finds out new things about it and she's like, I could have done this the entire fucking time. Like, Amy's like, how did you not know? It's like, lady, nobody else has ever used this fucking thing. It's not like it came with instructions. I'm surprised you guys don't get surprised about all the shit you can do with your stupid chaos rocks. So here I'm gonna draw Amy looking out to where Sonic was, and then you see Tails here. He's kind of sweating. He's like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to smooth this over again. I do write Tails as like Sonic's wingman, you know?
Yeah.
And he's like, oh shit, I gotta fix up my friend's fuck ups again. Like the best kind of bro, where he's got your back and will fix your fuck ups, even though, let's be fair, at this point, Sonic is just digging his own fucking grave.
So much fixing you can do.
There's only so much I can fix before something's unfixable. You can only fix your phone so many times before you just gotta admit you gotta get a new one.
Yep.
There's only so many times you can repair your car before you have to admit this is just a hunk of metal, I need to get a new one. Preferably like my family, where we keep our cars until they fucking explode. Which I wish was a joke, but is not. You have no idea how many of my family members have literally not changed their car until their car fucking explodes and just straight up doesn't work anymore. I know somebody who legit blew out both the transmission and the engine at the same time.
That is impressive.
I don't know how they accomplished it, and to this day neither do they, but it's something they managed to do, and I'm like, oh. Alright, so I just got commissioned 6 comic pages for a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon project, which I'm like, I can do that shit in my sleep! You guys saw me, I've made 6 comic pages in one day.
Yep. One day we'll do the bird comic. One day.
We'll get to it, I promise. Oh, I forgot how to draw tails.
I just want to wait until I get the Animor comic series going, so then people have context for the birds comic.
Yeah, that's
you know, we don't want to start off with like, here, the sex comic, and then here, the wholesome one.
the one that has significantly less sex in it.
Yeah.
Just open the fucking... Okay, these things are pointing up. I didn't want to change Tails' design too much because the characters are older here, but Tails is still the youngest in the group. Except for Cream and Charmy, but Charmy's not in this because I don't like Charmy.
Charmy.
Poor Tails. Like, oh fuck, not this shit again. But even he's gonna know. Like, I haven't had to do this in a while. Wonder if it's gonna... Because Amy doesn't really come around that much anymore, which is even an even sadder thing. Though they chalked it up to her being busy with the bakery, you know? Like, her mom can't run that bakery by herself. Turns out, yes, she can. It's just that she steals her daughter's recipes.
She can, she just don't like to do it.
Considering that it keeps running just fine while Amy's off in bird jail.
Old bird jail.
It's okay, she's not alone. Shadow got thrown in there too.
Yep.
We're like Old Bird Boot Camp. Oh, I'll just do a regular buckle. Fuck it. Poor Tails. I feel so bad for him in this. Especially because later in later arcs, remember when I told you they're gonna capture Sasaka? The machine they used to catch her, he made.
Yeah.
So it's like even worse, where it's like we capture this completely innocent lady, and God knows what they're doing to her right now.
Tails just tries his best with the information he has, and sometimes it is not great.
Yeah, it doesn't help that it's like, oh, Gun is reliable. They've been helping us for years. No, it turns out it's been taken over by Eggman, so everything they say is bullshit.
Yeah.
Or it's not bullshit, and it's been manipulated in a way where it makes sense. Yes, 3 cow licks now.
Oh, so many licks of cows. The movies must love him.
No. Oh, it's an isekai. That's great. Oh, they provided sketches. That's nice.
That's always nice.
I can't really tell what's happening in this, but I'll figure it out. They'll give me context, I'm sure. I feel so bad for Tails. I don't feel as bad for Sonic because part of me is like, you motherfucker, you deserve it at this point for being such a dick. But Tails is like, I'm just a bystander here, okay? I had nothing to do with what's happening. I kind of did, but let's be fair, I was trying to save my friend. I guess the same can apply to Sonic, but let's be fair, Amy has a bigger reason to be angry at him.
I found a thing that is just too real.
Yep, sounds about right.
I mean, I'm in decent shape, but I'm not in the shape that my OCs are in.
I basically turned Amy into my LC then because she's hella fucking ripped.
Oh,
You just can't tell in the outfit she's wearing right now, but trust me. This girl can fucking punch you across the yard, no problem. Some people find that hot.
crush my head between your thighs. Amy, what? Everybody else, what?
It's Shadow saying that too.
No, it'd be Shadow like, I can do that too? No, it's not the same.
No, like I imagine it's Shadow asking because he sees how strong she is. He's like, I'm the ultimate wife form. She's the ultimate wife.
Yeah, the ultimate wife form.
A lot of people characterize him as being Arrow Ace, and that makes sense for his character right now because he's young still. I imagine he's still at a place where it's like, oh, I can love somebody. That's why I aged up the characters quite a bit. Because at this time, it's like he's been around for a while. He's gotten used to life. Sonic's been dicking around with Amy long enough.
Yep, time to try something new.
Time to try something new. Probably by force, considering the fact that we were literally put into this position together without against your will, because I decided to do this.
Yep.
I mean, be honest with me. If someone told you Oh, you have the ability to look into the future. I can teach you how to master that power. You can't sit there and tell me you wouldn't want to master that power.
Yeah,
Especially,
it'd be hard to say no.
especially when it comes with cool things like lasers, not lasers, like attacks you can throw from your hands and it's weird soul powers. I can teleport across the cosmos. It's like your chaos control, except I can do it myself. And possibly get really sick because unlike this giant bird lady, I don't have a walking battery. But hey, I can do it. Though the favorite power that I have that she uses is the whole... Remember how I told you that Sasako can throw like sickles from her wings? Amy can do that too. So just imagine these fucking scythes flying out of her hands and like, what the fuck? Yeah, that's why you shouldn't underestimate me. Oh, I might want to tilt her head down a little bit.
Tilt it. Make her more sad looking.
Or I could just droop her ears down.
Oh?
That looks sad enough, right?
But just the extra kicked puppy look, just extra. Of course, I guess if she's trying not to look too upset in front of Tails, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh.
But still, like, at least her ears would droop, you know?
Yeah.
I still want to write her as being like an emotionally strong character where she knows when and where it's a good time for her to break down. Of course, if she broke down in front of Tails, he probably would have understood. It's like, there's not much he can really do to comfort me. It's not his fault. I don't want to put this on him. Even though, let's be fair, Sonic's been putting it on him for a while now.
Actually, like, in this series, I see Tails as being, like, the most emotionally, like, cognizant of everybody else in the whole group. Probably only next to Cream.
Yeah. Or like Cream scolds Sonic. It's like, you are a fucking piece of shit. I had all the respect for you in the world, but here you are messing with my friend's feelings. There's a reason there's a picture of Tails and Cream in Amy's house. They're good friends.
Wouldn't that be something like Cream swears out Sonic? That just gives you the severity of the situation. When the sweet people swear at you, you know it's bad.
Like, you know you fucked up real bad, especially now that she's missing.
Yep.
Like, that's gonna be a fun time for everybody. I'm like, you guys never said anything before. It's like, yeah, because before we're... It's kind of like they know they really didn't do anything before, but it's like, what can you do in this situation? It's not like you can force Sonic to say anything, and it's not like you can force Amy to stop loving him. Maybe I'll take a little bit of the blame, especially when fucking they capture her teacher. That was their B, you know? But it's okay, they fixed it. Yeah, I'm probably going to introduce Cream into this. She's going to be older too. I was tempted to play with the idea that she might also work at Amy's Bakery, because that would make sense, considering how close they usually are in the series too.
Yeah. Oh, she gets to deal with,
Poppy?
what was the... Yeah, Poppy.
My little puppy girl.
Oh, she is the best. Best little puppy.
Yeah, she's the best puppy. The most puppy you'll probably ever meet.
Weird thing of the idea that she was supposed to be a dog in the human side of things, but she ended up here, so.
I forgot how to draw. Oh, I just remembered how to draw her boots. I like how my brain forgets and then instantly remembers how to draw her stupid boots.
Big, thick borders. Check.
And it goes.
Draw them like pirate boots.
Her boots are actually quite simple. At least compared to some of these other characters, like Shadow's fucking rocket boots. Or rocket shoes. I'm like, what the fuck did you guys do when you made these things?
Shadow's shoes, just on the very base level, it looks uncomfortable. Because first off, you got that giant arch, and then you got that chunk right in the front. But you've got like no arch support at all.
They do not. It's a good thing he doesn't actually put any weight on them and just fucking skates it around.
It just floats around. Oh man. That's why he floats around everywhere, because just having no arch support just makes it very uncomfortable to walk on them.
You know, people joke that those are actually his feet and that's why he never takes them off.
Oh no.
Like, I guess it would make sense. He was genetically made.
Yeah, but please don't make that so. I feel
Please
bad enough for
don't.
him already.
Like, they torture this poor boy enough as it is. Oh, Amy. I know I hurt my characters a lot. I don't like hurting them. I promise I don't. I'm not a masochist. It's all for the sake of shipping. You gotta destroy one ship before you start another.
Yep. As per how shipping works and the rules dictate.
One ship must sail for the other to swim, unless you're me, in which case you ship everybody. My sea is friendly to all. Her hair is a mess now. Imagine when she falls down a fucking cliff. She's like, God damn it, it took me 2 hours to get my hair the way I wanted it.
Fun will be just everywhere.
I'm like, don't worry, I can fix it. And then Sasako just grooms her quills and they look perfect. It's like, how do you do that? I'm a bird. Preening is what I do. It's like if I have to ask you guys how you run so fast. Or is that just a Sonic thing? Do hedgehogs just come with their own special power? Is this like a superhero thing? Like what? What? Makes Sasako say some random fucking nonsense. That is a good question though. Like, are each hedgehog just born with some weird fucking power?
Looks like My Hero Academia.
Like Sonic is super fast. Then you have Shadow, who's just good at everything because he was made. Then you have Amy with her freakishly powerful strength and possible future sight. And you have Silver, who's fucking psychic kinetic. Out of all those powers, I probably would prefer Silver's because then I can reach the remote without having to get up.
It is such a big mood.
I can literally,
No, I'm gonna grab that and bring it over here. Fine.
I can literally float myself downstairs,
Yeah.
then back upstairs. Say what you will, I'm getting very good at drawing these characters. I'm pretty sure after chapter 3, I'd probably get the style down pretty good. This hurts me.
It's so sad. It's like every other page is just a sad page.
I'm sorry. I promise it will stop soon. And the only angst you'll get will be from a sad bird mama.
Yes.
But for good reason. Oh my god, I can't wait until the chapter where Shadow tries to steal the soul tier. That's just going to destroy people. You guys know what's coming. You guys know what I'm planning. You know how...
Emotional damage.
Especially because I have to literally draw an entire planet in a mummified state.
The grapes. Yes.
Bunch of dead, mummified creatures everywhere. It's okay, no, they'll fix it in the end.
Don't worry. Everything will start rotting again, become normal.
Everything will rot and then new things will be made billions of years from now, because let's be fair, we can bring the life back to the planet, but just because I can do that doesn't mean that life's going to be intelligent.
Yep. It'd be simple at first, like all things, but eventually it will grow.
Let me erase this tree actually so you can get the impression that this is a dirt road that leads out in front of Tails' workshop for the tornado.
Get out of here, tree. Nobody likes you.
Be gone! There we go. My poor girl, I'm so sorry. There we go. Oh, wait. Like, she looks like she's kind of floating, because she kind of is. They could do something like Sonic or Ninja Turtle. Oh, that would be hilarious. Oh my god. Instead of them being obsessed with fucking pizza, it's chili dogs. They talk
Chili dog.
talk like from the 90s, bruh. That's super tubular. That's the bomb, broski. I'm gonna splash out of here. You gonna join with, or you gonna be lame, bruh?
No, man, I slick.
It's a little hood. That you need a little bit more. Oh
Yeah.
god.
I'm too far from the country.
This guy's giving me a fucking lore breakdown, and I like it. The more information they give me, the better I can draw.
Yeah.
Oh, no one likes the picture I did of my dummies. Oh no, never mind. It's just not giving me notifications. I was gonna make the image originally like two idiots go get ice cream, but I highly doubt the two of them would be dumb. Mimi's very observant. It's just that she hasn't learned not to bite into ice cream. Alright. Let's see what my thing is. I like how this border kind of makes it like this is a movie. Where it feels like it's not real, but it is. Which is just more disappointing to poor Amy.
One thing after another.
Why does this all have to happen at once?
Like, why is today just kicking me in the fucking nuts? I don't even have nuts and it's kicking me in the nuts.
Kicked me right in the boob. The sore one. It's very disappointing.
Oh god, the fucking chapped one that's all itchy and shit. God.
Yeah.
You know how your skin gets kind of chappy when it's cold and you have to put on lotion?
Yep.
Well, that happens on other places that have skin, and it's not comfortable when you have to wear fabric that rubs against it.
Oh, believe me, I know. My legs are especially bad during the winter and stuff.
Yeah. And there's a woman lesson for dudes who are people who I'm pretty sure are all dudes here. I just realized that like everybody here is a dude. I'm the only chick here. Why are all my friends dudes? I think that says something about me. I don't know if that's a good thing that's being said about me, but it's a thing.
Yeah, well. Well, you know, we could always pretend for a while.
Oh, hold on. Give her more of a pouty lip, you know?
Yeah.
You kind of give a sense of how her face looks like. I'm also going to sneak a shadow thingy in here because I imagine that he is looking at the base just to see if maybe there's some information he can collect from Sonic and Friends.
They just have him in the background somewhere, just way hidden off.
Yeah, he just happened to see all this. You can see that he's a little bit upset because, of course, he hasn't seen Amy in years, but he's still very thankful to her for what she did for him. Like, those motherfuckers don't treat her right. But he doesn't have time to really focus on this. Like, I got my mission. I don't have time to deal with this. But hey, life is... life has a way.
Life is strange.
Like, imagine him yelling at some point. It's like, even when I'm trying not to, I end up getting tangled up with you guys. How the fuck do I end up in these situations? And Amy's like, welcome to my world. I don't know how I end up in these situations either. I stopped stalking Sonic years ago and I still end up getting stuck in Eggman shenanigans.
Honestly, it feels like a dance. A very old dance. And I'm tired of it.
I just want to go home and run my bakery. Oh, by the way, you have the ability to look into the future and do cool stuff with your soul. Sign me up! Why?
I got this!
Then questions later, how do I end up in these situations? You're the one who agreed to do this.
Oh, yeah.
Hey girl, you want superpowers? Heck, fucking yeah!
Teach the boy some lessons.
People don't know how to write strong female characters. I'll show you how I write strong female characters who aren't fucking blank walls. I hate that fucking trope. Like, I get it. You want to make women strong. But give them a fucking personality. Just because they're strong doesn't mean they're a fucking cardboard box. You know how you make a good, strong female character? Take a character who's female with a personality and make them strong.
Problem solved.
It's kind of sad to say when I think the last strong female character in American cinema is Ripley from Alien.
I'm trying to think of a good example of a strong female character. Like a character who's strong and female. Ida! For like the first season of The Owl House. She's the strongest witch on the Boiling Isles. But she has so much personality.
Yeah.
That's
But
what I
it's
want.
Like, I'm more talking about like American movies, like what you expect to go to the blockbuster for. And the only thing I can think about is Ripley from Alien, and that's made in 1979.
They've been doing pretty good with the Marvel films too. American Chavez, oh my god. They have to make her OP. Her powers are way too fucking OP. She can literally punch star-shaped portals between dimensions. I was gonna say the Scarlet Witch, but then I realized she turned evil and died in the last movie, so.
Yeah.
Spoilers, I'm sorry.
That's like the major thing too.
Yeah,
I like there's so many things where it's like, look, a strong female character. Oh, now they're evil. Oh, now they're dead. Oh, cool. Anyways.
Well, now I'm definitely watching the new Doctor Strange when it comes to Disney Plus.
You know what's really funny? Okay.
Because I finally can! Wow! Took only how long for Poland to actually get this Disney Plus over some other countries that I'm not hate on, but are less developed.
It's a good movie. I like it a lot. Do you mind spoilers? Because I'm going to talk about something in here.
Should be with it. Fire away.
Okay, so in Doctor Strange, the movie's pretty great. They introduce a Captain Marvel from a different universe, and I'm not gonna lie to you, I instantly like their Captain Marvel a million times more than the one we actually have. And she was on screen for about 10 minutes and she dies.
Well,
You know,
that's a shitty way to introduce a new character.
they introduced her because she's in a different dimension. She was there mainly for the Scarlet Witch to kill, so. But I find that so funny, where they introduced a more likable Captain Marvel, who has the problem of being strong girl boss with no emotion. People tell me that she has a good reason, but I'm like, yeah, and that reason makes her a shitty character who's not entertaining to watch. Like, I'm just being for real here. I had a thought. You know, it's sad when a character you introduce for like 10 minutes and dies is one you enjoy more, and you actually feel sad when they fucking die. Because, like, no!
Interesting character.
You were a good character. By the way, they make the Scarlet Witch fucking scary in that movie. Like, I know they said that her powers came from an Infinity Stone. You can tell her powers came from an Infinity Stone.
It's very much so. Get out of here, peasants.
Like, she is fucking terrifying.
I did hear that this movie basically turned into horror at some point.
At some points, yeah. Plus, they introduce a character from another very popular franchise, and I'm like, why does he die? Why do they always... Just watch the movie. I'm not going to spoil anything else, because if I do, I'm going to stand here and talk about it all day. Because the movie was so fucking good.
I think it's gonna be a few days more still till it actually comes out to Disney Plus, so I can have a chance to watch it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna run to the bathroom really quick.
Okay.
I'll be right back. You guys can keep talking. Alrighty, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Sorry.
I kind of blocked out the Captain Marvel movie from my mind, but
She's
yeah, I
so...
just remember absolutely hating her character. She was so bland.
She
You
is
know,
so bland. And I hate how they make her so superior and smug in her appearances in the, the Infinity War movies. So
Yeah.
Come on, bitch. I get it. You're like, oh, I'm protecting the entire universe. You don't get to have personality. I'd rather see Thor than you. I'd rather see Loki than you. I'd rather see that random fucking blue villain from the Guardians of the Galaxy than I would you.
That being, I love Loki. Every time he's on screen, he's always an absolute delight.
It's sad that he's probably dead.
Yeah, that's the most tragic part.
Well,
I actually do remember.
Wait, what about the Loki season, the series?
I know, that's why I said probably.
Yeah.
I don't know because I haven't seen the series yet.
It's really good. I enjoyed it.
We'll see. It might be the Scarlet Witch, or not the Scarlet Witch. It might be the Black Widow situation where she's technically dead.
Yeah. I really liked the Black Widow in the first appearance she was in for for the hero meetup. I can't remember what they called it. The Avengers.
Yeah.
I loved her introduction because she's just sitting there and she's being interrogated, and then somebody calls her on the phone. Like, why are you calling me now? I'm getting everything from these guys. And she was too. She had full control over over the interrogation. It was great.
See,
And she was a very strong character.
that's a good example of a strong female character.
Yeah. And she was a strong character throughout the full movie, and then the second one, the second one she's more of a background character, and the third one,
Then she
You
dies.
could have gone so much more with this character to make you really feel like it when she died. Because when she did die, it's like, oh, well, I guess she's dead. Because most people forgot about what she was like in the first movie.
Fucking,
I have so much Marvel to catch up with.
I feel so bad for Hawkeye, dude. I remember when he was like, I'm just a guy with a bow.
Yeah.
They've put that poor man through so much.
Hawk is better developed than Black Widow, and that is tragic to say, considering they pretty much share the same screen.
Considering the fact that they're the only two normal humans in this fucking cast.
Yeah, and honestly, if I was the director, I would explore the two normal people more than the rest of the superheroes.
No, the way they've explored Hawkeye is when his fucking family gets Thanos snapped, all of them. Like, that's painful right there.
Yeah.
The only one left.
It's okay, Ant-Man saved the day. Like how all of them, it's fucking Ant-Man who comes in clutch.
Nobody expects the little man.
Like, I was gone for
Especially the little...
I was gone for 5 minutes, and it felt like, it turns out it was 5 years.
Yep.
I think I just accidentally invented time travel.
That being said, I love the Ant-Man movies.
I adore the Ant-Man
They are-
movies.
Oh, yes.
It
I
is.
miss stupid heist movies so much, and that just absolutely clenched it for me, especially in the first one.
It has no business being as good as it is.
Oh, yeah, it could have been utter trash. I mean, it had full right to be trash, but the fact it wasn't is what made it great.
Meanwhile, meanwhile, Marvel was expecting the Captain Marvel to be great, and then it turned out to be trash.
See, my two favorite franchises from the Marvel universe is the Guardians of the Galaxy and the Ant-Man movies.
Yeah, same.
They're great. I love them to death.
I am so grateful that Disney Plus at the introduction gave us the special offer, buy the yearly package for the price of 8 months, because I'll need all that time to catch up with all the Marvel and the Star Wars.
Oh, this guy's providing me a lot of information. It's gonna take me a while to read through all this.
Good. I mean,
It's good.
sometimes it's... Yeah,
So that's
better
to
have more
all the
information than less. So...
I mean, it's always good to have all the information. It makes the things easier.
Yep. I look forward to working for this guy. If he's this descriptive, like, oh, we're gonna have no problems whatsoever. Like, there's some people who give me good descriptive, but this guy has, like, sketches of his characters that I can work off of. Sure,
you
that
can tell how into a project I am, or into a character I am, when I do a couple sketches of them.
like they're not the best sketches in the world, but I'm like, hey, there's a reason they hired me.
Yeah. And honestly, a sketch for an artist or anybody is such a huge help, because that gives you an idea of what they want.
Yeah.
So,
Exactly.
like, even if it's just stick figures for a pose that you want, it is very helpful. So,
Yep.
The only time it's not how it's oh, I missed the words. The only thing it's fine not to have the things like this. It's when you are giving the artist the artistic freedom to interpret the information and do it on their own how they want. I often do that because like I want the commission. I have the general idea, but I don't know how. So I always stuck with detailing. So you know what? If it's okay, I would like this and this, and you do the rest as you want, and I'll be fine with it.
you know what I
many
need to
artists-
get?
I mean,
More-
many artists like the artistic freedom. Sorry.
It's fine. You know what I need to get more art of at some point? I have a character that is illiterate. They cannot read at all. And what we delighted in for a long time was just throwing him in with shirts with just text on it. And he's just so happy because he got a shirt for free. And he can't read. It's fantastic. So we need to get more art of that at some point.
I'm having strong flashbacks to a Fruits Basket story because of that. We have to watch Fruits Basket. You guys will understand. It's called The Idiot Travelers. It's a very good story. When we finish the Owl House, we'll do a vote for which anime we're going to watch next. I'm going to make a list, and you guys can vote for what you want to watch.
Always fine with whatever. So because I don't really watch anything. So
Technically speaking, we do have to watch Amphibia too. That's an odd case because I haven't watched it yet either.
Neither did I.
People are saying it's pretty good. I'm like, I believe you, but I don't know why. Girl gets transported to Frogland doesn't really appeal to me.
Those types of shows never really appealed to me. It was like, I died, was resurrected in this world, or I was randomly transported here. I'm like, okay.
Oh,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
So that's basically every isekai anime.
Well, here's the thing. Speaking of isekai, Rising of the Shield Hero, my dude, it is running at a crazy, blistering pace right now. I'm hoping to God it pays off because it feels like it's going way too fast. I can tell
Honestly,
that they're trying to wrap up this arc as fast as possible to get to the next one. I'm like, come on, give it some breathing room here.
Yeah, it's been boom, boom, boom every episode. Like, I honestly thought that the tortoise was gonna be a season, and what was it, like only 3 or 4 episodes?
Yeah, they blistered past that because the tortoise arc was the worst arc. That even the author doesn't like it. He admits that he put a lot of caveats in the way. Plus, in the actual manga, you know, Ost, she didn't actually join their party. She just kind of appeared when she needed to. And I'm not sure if that's better or not, because I do like that a lot of Naofumi's motivation is because of Ost.
I think that was a good direction that they went for that.
So I finally figured out foreshortening. It took me way too fucking long.
Foreshortening is trickier than a lot of people give credit for, to be fair.
The further away something gets to you, the less saturated and lighter it gets. Until eventually it just blends in with the sky.
Yep.
Assuming you can even see that far. Which means it must be fucking wild to be able to see like a city on the horizon of the ocean. I kind of want to experience that someday, but I'd be too scared that I'm going to get seasick.
Yeah.
That, and you'd have a better luck having my mom go into a lake than sail the fucking ocean on a boat.
I know I get motion sick after long hours from driving and stuff, which is why I always eat so freaking light whenever I do travel. So I can't imagine being on the sea is much better.
I don't really get motion sick even if we travel long. The only time I get motion sick is when I'm riding with my boss.
You're not the driver?
I don't know,
Or is he
it's
just a
something
crazy driver?
I would say it's the latter because he's always on a rush. Because that's the type of guy he's always on rushing on things. Because when we have to be somewhere at let's say 9, we pretty much leaving at 9 o'clock.
Death.
Unless it's far away, so we leave like 15 minutes before.
Death, don't do this to me. I can't handle much more cute silver. I've already fallen down a rabbit hole because of shipping.
He found water, he's just so happy!
It'd be so ironic if he's the only hedgehog who can swim.
Oh, that'd be great.
Like, how can you swim? You're a hedgehog. It's like, I have kinesis powers. I can already just float. Makes it even
Well,
funnier that he
like
can
the-
still drown in 06. Like he dies instantly when he touches water like all the other hedgehogs do.
Just absolutely aquaphobic. Will melt. They're like witches.
Except ironically, they're... Ironically, the only witch in the series loves water. Mimi.
Yep.
She goes swimming in the ocean. Like, you can swim? Like, I didn't know I could swim. I just figured it out. It's a joke about how baby goats can swim.
It just happened one day.
That's actually a thing. Baby goats know how to swim right out the womb.
Nice.
A lot of baby animals know how to swim right out the womb. We're just special.
We're dumb.
Yeah.
Humans have to learn that. Animals just are born with it.
Yep. Apparently that's an issue with monkeys too. A lot of monkeys can't swim, so they drown. So it's just an ape thing. Gotcha.
Explain to me, how come it's us who actually evolved to be the sort of superior species?
Because we learn how to
Just
make
dumb apes.
because we learn how to make a pointy rock. And it turns out
Makes
that's,
sense.
that's all you need to become superior, I guess.
Kinda makes sense.
One day somebody figured out how to make a sharp rock even sharper, and that was useful. Oh, look at his poor face.
Then
He's
again,
like,
well, continuing the other time. Then again, if it's not for this giant meteorite, the world will probably be inhabited by lizardmen.
That is the face of knowing. That is the face of 100% knowing what's going on.
he's gonna try and smooth things over, and she's just gonna tell him stop. Just don't fucking.
Yeah.
I'm not in the mood to hear whatever fucking excuse you have
I don't
for.
envy.
He's trying so
Yeah,
hard.
I'm not envying Tails. He's put in probably the worst possible position right now.
Especially considering that he knows if he fucks it up, he's gonna be on the receiving end for Hammer. Not anymore.
Yeah.
It hasn't happened in a while. But let's be fair.
Okay, he can fly though.
He's still kind of worried. He's like, I don't want to be doing this. I don't want to get involved in my fucking friend's drama. I just want to build robots and water my girlfriend.
Yeah.
Poor Cosmo. I'm not gonna lie to you. When they showed Tails with a flower at the end of Sonic X, I was convinced, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that she was gonna regrow from that flower. It never happened. I'm like, no! Give Tails back his plant girlfriend. He deserves something nice in this world.
Speaking of plant girlfriend and sad foxes.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah. Alright, to make things easier, while we're in the call, you guys can post things on the link without banana.
Yeah.
It's a safety measure, but I'm pretty sure we're safe enough when the two of you are the only ones posting and I'm right here. Oh, by the way, I like how I styled Tails' hair here, where he still has his three little things, but now they're facing up. I might draw a scene where you see him putting hair gel in his hair and he just slicks it back.
Yep. Just the whole greaser move. Because let's face it, he's a mechanic. He doesn't have time to really deal with hair. Just gel it, slick it back. If it looks cool, okay. If it looks bad, oh well, wear a hat that day.
You know, it would be really funny if, say, like, one day Tails accidentally slicked his hair back while fixing a machine, and someone's like, oh, that looks cool, and he just never stopped doing it.
Just greased hair, yeah.
Like, oh, it looks cool. Okay.
Well,
Turns out even as a young teenager, he's still a fanboy. He's like, let's see, Amy's 25 in this. When Amy was 12, he was 8. Math.
no,
12,
4 years different.
So he's 21. Barely legal to drink alcohol.
Barely legal, my boy. He 100% has some beers just sitting in a mini fridge in his workplace.
No, he's gonna be like like my cousin, where he has a bunch of beer and hasn't drinking any of them because he doesn't like the flavor of beer.
That's why I think you drink like Mike's or some other stuff. You know, like the sweet,
Yeah.
the sweet alcohols. Yeah.
Honestly, I also don't like the taste of beer, but I found a solution for it. Get a beer that is also the apple flavored.
No, see, the problem is, Sharp, is that American beers taste like piss.
Yep.
They're just bad.
Oh, okay.
You drink it because there's nothing else you can drink because it's the cheapest stuff there.
Like, they're bad. I've had Hispanic, like straight up Mexican beer, and those are pretty good. And I've had Australian beer, and that stuff is great. I don't know what the fuck happened here in America, but we just created garbage.
Makes me wonder how strong your beer is.
Well, if it's strong, I can excuse it, because of course the stronger something is, the less you're drinking it for the flavor.
Or drinking it just to get drunk.
I mean, beers around here contains around 4.5% up to 6% of alcohol.
Here, I'm trying to, let me see how much Budweiser has. Fucking buzz ass.
It's like 1 point something. It's pathetic.
Seriously? That's the beer in America? 1 point something percent of alcohol content?
Oh, it has 5%. So about the same.
Okay.
I thought I way less than that. What happened to me? Anyways, yeah, Mike's has the same. It's 5% alcohol, and it tastes way better. So go get Mike's.
Yeah, I usually
Yeah.
get
Want
that.
to go grab those cans? Those cans like contain 12% alcohol.
Now, if
And
you
one of those cans, yeah.
if you want to get a beer that is just fucking vodka in a can, get Steel Reserve. That shit is fucking. That's just straight up fucking alcohol. Let me see.
Well, at least you guys have vodka.
I think it was
I
this.
still got vodka in the freezer. I need to finish off at some point. But I've been busy. I have to be sober.
Oh, they lowered it. Now it's only 8.1. Fuckers.
Oh.
My point is that American beer is gross, so don't drink it.
Oh, good to know. I think I don't drink beer or alcohol that much either way, so that would be
Alcohol
for me.
and apple flavor. I love like apple flavored alcohol. It's the best.
Oh yeah, that thing I posted in the link it.
Oh wow, he's giving me a lot. I appreciate it.
10 pages later. You got all that? Good. Now here's for the second page.
Well, it's okay. 6 pages, I can do that. I can always make the like sketches and layout and show them each one. Going straight up tell them that it's going to take about a week per page, which I think is reasonable.
I mean, it should be considering how much there is.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it, okay? I've been getting into making comics recently. This is all just practice for when I start making Elmo more content. Because what I have in mind for that is much bigger than what I have for this. I'm basically going to make each page a work of art. Especially considering how beautiful some of these locations are. Like, just Omni-Maya by itself, considering that it's a city literally built into a cliffside. Surrounded by vines. It's just beautiful. The only real dangerous part of it is that where the vines have been removed, there's rock slides. But guess what? That's not the Omni-Mayan's fault. That was wartime. Fucking people ruining my plants.
How dare you?
I do like the little detail though, where it's like if you go anywhere else in the world, those little flowers those vines grow are called hangmans. But in the actual town, they're called cliff bells. The reason they're called hangmans is because back during wartime, people used to just throw the dead bodies, cadavers, over the side of the cliff. But because the vines have little barbs on them, they would catch the bodies, and the bodies would decay in the actual vines.
Rude. I love it.
Which caused the plants to thrive because, you know, nutrients. But they're called cliff bells by the goat people because the flowers can be made into a tea that can make curse repelling. Basically, it's a curse cure. So they help soothe the mind and they can cure minor curses. So to the people who live in Onimea, they're like, oh, they're beautiful little flowers that help cure curses. And to people who don't know about that, there are these weird flowers that used to catch men who died. It just goes to show you how two different cultures can have wildly different perceptions of the same thing.
We need to update Revan's rev sheet at some point. That thing is so old.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
mine is already. Well, mine is still in development.
Well, if you think about like all my characters, I make ref sheets when enough has changed on them. And I think this point with this bird, I think it's time to get a new one.
Yeah. Yours is a little bit different, Sharp. Yours is supposed to be a turnaround. It just takes a while longer because it's an animated thing.
Yeah, it's a lot of different perspectives.
I like this picture where it's just her holding up her hand and saying stop, but she doesn't even turn to look at him.
Gives a good idea how much emotionally damaged she is right now.
Dude, I'm getting so much better at drawing hands. Look at this shit. Just looking at Morita's hands, you can tell that I'm getting pretty good at it. Look at this.
Yeah, look at those digits. Look at those fingies.
I can imagine it. I want to write a scene where she like drags her claws against a stone wall, and you just hear this screech.
And you just see the marks.
See her staring at you with that hateful look, and you're like, "Oh fuck, what did I do? You're alive."
Oh.
I
Fueled by spite, remember? Oh yeah.
I can imagine that'd be like a line she says, especially to Mobians, where it's like, "What's wrong? You're alive." Excuse me? I can fix that
People
though.
are yelling at me to eat. So.
Okay, go eat.
And to think back, at some point I heard that many artists are cursing drawing hands or feet.
Yeah, it's been a journey for me too, but the sad thing is that some of the characters have such large features that I can't draw them without their hands and feet. So I have to learn how to actually draw them. There we go, that's better. Oh, right. Let's see. Da, 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 da. I'm pretty sure if I can hear you guys over the music, then it should be fine. Say something, Sharp?
Something.
Okay, cool. I can still hear you over the music.
Oh, that's good to hear. Unlike the Fridays, because this is not a Friday. Well,
Oh, you got a split?
I should go. Probably soon. I mean, I already staying longer, but that's only because today and tomorrow is a day off due to some religious holiday today, and basically tomorrow also took off because of that. So that way I have 4-day long weekend.
Okay, well that's good. If whenever you do need to bounce, just let me know.
Well, actually, I think I'm gonna jump off soon.
That's okay.
Better not to sleep till noon, like I usually do. Wicked. Even though today I actually did sleep till noon.
Yeah, I've been trying not to do that because my hours are so flexible. Sometimes I do oversleep. But I'm trying not to.
You know what's the worst? I still. You know what's the worst? I still needed a nap today. I slept for like another 2 hours or so, or maybe 3. That was mostly because of a headache.
Oh,
Hey,
that
nights
sucks.
are good.
Yeah, I don't like headaches, and even more, I don't like taking pills for that. So usually I try to sleep it over, unless I don't have the choice or ability to sleep.
Alright, welcome back, Death.
I'm back. I am back with food.
Yay, food.
And of course, every time I go out there, which is why I like staying in my room, people want me to do more and more things.
Yep. Sounds like my life. Why do you think I chose to stay in here?
Go.
Oh, by the way, I finally got it through my mom's head that I work from home now, so that means I'm working from home. So,
Nice.
please don't bother me while I'm working. You can bother me
This
when
is
I go
why-
downstairs for lunch.
This is why I'm trying to rush to get that camper into a livable space. So then I'm like, you can't bug me. I'm on my own. I'm living in this thing. Goodbye.
Oh, wait, I forgot to add her claws into this. Oh, well.
Oh yeah, her fingernails.
Because now she has little claws. Because that makes her fighting more deadly. Eggman is still a problem, you know. You gotta take weapons where you can find them. Oh, Amy, my baby, I'm so sorry. You know, when you start drawing a character after a while, you start to feel bad for them because you know you're going to make them feel bad. You get attached to a character even if you didn't initially make them. Alright. It's okay, most of these scenes I don't have to change them, just this one. And this one up here. I'm just gonna add. Thankfully, adding nails is easy.
Yeah, just add little points. Oh. Amen. Able to capture Amy again. Sends an army of robots to clip her freaking nails. None of them come back.
Break her nails, she'll break your neck.
Yeah.
Okay. Now to add text.
You already got one. Meow.
Meow. I should make the text smaller. Just a little bit. Let's make it about 15. No. See, that looks good right there. So I'm gonna have him say, "Hey, Amy, Sonic just had something to do. He'll be back late." And then she says, "Just shut up. I don't want to hear your fucking excuses today." I might have to shrink it some more. Or I can just have him say half the sentence and then have it towards here the bottom where she holds her hand up. Okay, I got it. They'll have her intersect. So it's like this speech bubble starts and then this one is going to be, it's going to cut in. What do you guys think of that text?
I think that's good.
Yep.
Ah, buddy.
Here.
He so not deserved that.
I mean, I guess in a way he kind of does. He's kind of encouraging Sonic, or enabling him,
Yeah.
by making excuses for him all the time. You know what? Make it bigger, you know?
Oh, bigger.
So it shows that, you know, she's actually interrupting him while he's talking. I can rasterize this. Where is it? See, like that. I'm gonna actually do it on the other side. I'm starting this chapter right away with the Filios. Page 3, we're already feeling like shit. Right, there we go. I feel like this tells a good amount of storytelling without her having to say anything.
Yeah, silence is just as big as any word, so.
Yeah. In fact, I might even not have her say "don't make excuses." The next page is going to be her just saying "just stop," and then she walks away.
Yeah.
It's like she doesn't even have the energy to tell him what to stop, because they both know what he's doing. I really need to make a folder for just the pages because I'm starting to bog down my thingy with just this. Let's make one more, and then I'll start to line it and debate whether or not I'm going to color it.
The debate still continues.
It will continue until the day I'm actually there. Artboard.
Yep.
Ooh. Oh, someone's calling me in another chat. What? Oh. Ah, okay. Sorry, it's just another group I hang out in. See what the flip flap is happening.
You hang with other people beside us?
I'm sorry, Boo. I'm sorry. I have a social life.
Okay.
I mean, it's not like we also have other groups we hang out with.
It's a joke. Don't worry. I only cheat on you guys
I know.
occasionally.
At least it isn't all the time. I can deal with that.
Why isn't Twitter showing me the notifications? That's so weird. Whatever. Do you, Twitter, I guess. Twitter's been weird the last couple of days. Is it just me or is it everybody? Because I haven't been getting all of my notifications.
I've been missing some.
It's Twitter being Twitter, probably.
So I'm doing the smart thing. Instead of compressing down the files, I just put them down into folders. So later on I can kind of, when I do editing for the voiceover, I can take the pages that don't have the speech bubbles and then have the speech bubbles slide in, but it still looks nice. Because I still draw the picture underneath. Just I'm so sorry, boo. And things were looking up today too. Like she was saying hello to everybody in the neighborhood.
She was having a good old time, and reality.
Oh, fuck me. Not literally. Shut up.
Later.
Bleh.
Ah.
It's okay. Shadow can take care of that. But ching.
Yep.
That might be a special comic I make just for Patreon. The silver Mimi one is a free taste. Especially now that I'm actually going to get some hot stuff moving in that shit. I've been moving at this snail's pace.
Like the slow pace of the Mimi and Silver. It was adorable.
I feel like it fits them, you know? Because they both don't know
Yep.
what the fuck they're doing.
Yep.
The next part's gonna be real awkward because he's gonna ask, what next? And then Mimi's gonna blush and be like, because we all know what's next.
And then sex happened.
Well, no, not sex yet. Besides, like,
You would.
You're right. Maybe like 2 more pages.
Yep. Like, I'm gonna put some speech bubbles of Silver be like, how do I know when she's ready? Like, how do you know when a woman finishes? Like, he's thinking these things because, like, should I just ask her? He doesn't know, the poor dear.
I bet you, like, at the... Man, my mind is doing so many wonderful things right now.
Yeah. Good thing we waited until late into the stream to start talking about this shit.
Like, I bet you at the very end of that panel, I bet you Silver is more freaked out, thinking that he probably hurt Mimi more than anything else. So.
Oh yeah, that's one of his big fears right now. Cause like, what if I hurt you?
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to accidentally hurt you. I like her hair bangs. It makes it easier for me to cover up.
Things you don't want.
No, just to cover up her face so you don't actually see her saying what she wants. You don't see her actual face. Also, her tied up hair is actually pretty damn cute. Now here's a question. If you back up into Sonic or Shadow's quills, would you have like actual quills dug into your skin? Because that'd be kind of funny. You hug them too tight and your armors get filled with quills.
The question, generally, for those types of animals, they're fine unless you go against the, like the direction the quills are going.
No, like I mean,
so
like
as long as you don't overexcite them and freak them out, you should be fine.
no, like I actually mean like say you back up and you just happen to back up into the back of Sonic's head. Would you be like, covered in quills?
Maybe.
Because
That'd be a bit of a surprise for him.
My poor girl, I'm so sorry. I feel so bad. I'm kicking her pretty hard these last 2 chapters, okay?
A little bit.
It's fine.
Kind of feels like kicking a puppy. I dragged Tails into this mess too, like, I'm sorry, boo-boo. I'm sorry.
And he is a true puppy.
We're here like, I'm sorry. Some people gotta suffer for Sonic sins here. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't mind beating up Sonic nearly as much. I think it's because he's more smug and these two are more like innocent. Like sometimes
don't
I'm like,
worry about it because Sonic will get his in the end.
in this case, not. He's not
He's
gonna
gonna get something. He's gonna get a black eye probably.
black guy in a broken neck.
Yeah.
He'll survive. He's a cartoon character. Oh, neat. Let's see what Twitter's doing right now.
They're doing Twitter things.
Okay, he gave me a synopsis for the first page, so that works out. Can I get a shaded art? I can do that. In fact, I could probably get that done today. Let me open this back up so I can see what my chat's. Oh, my poor girl. Why do I do this? I'm a masochistic son of a bitch.
Yep. And how dare you say words that I cannot say?
Masochistic?
Yeah, I cannot say that I've tried multiple times.
Oh, well,
I get hung up.
might be a bad side. I can say that word so easily.
There's just some words you cannot say either because of how your jaw is built or whatever.
I can say more words because I speak 2 languages. Es el beneficio de siendo también mexicana y americana.
See.
That's the benefit for to being both Mexican and American.
Just when all spells, just go for the default yes in the language.
Yep.
It's either gonna end in a horrible night or something interesting is going to happen. Either way, you'll have a story.
Yep.
The perks of knowing 2 languages. One by birth, one by learning.
I know one language and smatterings of others, and I struggle so hard with the language I'm supposed to know front and back.
If it's any consolation, most Americans don't even speak proper English.
Yep, I don't.
makes me so much better knowing that I'm not that good with English.
Don't worry
Trust
about.
me.
You're better than most Americans I've met.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's probably because when it comes to teaching English in school here, teachers are pretty anal about the proper speaking of English, even though it doesn't really matter in the actual conversation with the English people, especially Americans.
It really depends, to be honest. Here in America, we speak a very broken version of English. I'm sure it's more like proper British English than it is American English.
Yeah, that's another thing that in school we are learning the British English, which is well a
There,
little more.
there
But I
is
think
a
what I
reason why they make such a huge stink about. No, that is American English, not British English, or whatever. Yeah.
But I think even the common British person also doesn't speak the proper English.
Not anymore.
Probably more proper than Americans, but still not that because well, who cares?
Yeah. People here are dumb, okay? I've had to sit down and explain to somebody that English is not an American language. It came from England.
Weird.
Or how
Yeah,
American Sign Language is a more American language than English is because it was the only language fucking made here. But hey, people are dumb. What can I say?
because guess what? America was a colony once, not the country by itself, like Great Britain.
No, it's the whole American Sign Language thing is that if you meet somebody and say like Japan, their sign language is going to be different. Because like in spoken languages, sign language has different languages.
Yep.
Yeah.
Each one is unique. And the one for Americans was, guess what? Made in America. So it's the most American language we have, but you have no idea how many fucking people are... I've heard way too many people talk to a deaf person and say, speak English. I'm like, you're a fucking dumbass.
See, if you ever feel bad about how you are doing with English, just remember, this dumbass failed every year, every English class he's ever taken.
See, but I can't say that because I was good at creative writing. And then I forgot everything when I graduated because I only was creative for grades.
That just a thing. I only kept up with politics because I was being graded for it. I only kept up with history because I was being graded for it. And
then I forgot.
on and on. And then after that was all done, poof.
And then I misremembered it years later.
Yep.
I can tell you something is algebra, but I can't tell you what the answer is.
I'm still decent with algebra and geometry, but that's because I work and do fabrication and stuff. So, I still use that in my daily life.
Like, I can look at something and say, oh, that's a slope, but I won't be able to tell you how to solve for it.
Yeah. It's hard to believe that I took calculus and passed, like, being, like, the 5th highest grade in the whole class. But I don't remember any of it. At all.
I think that's the typical thing with school.
Oh, I made that completely wrong. I just realized my mistake.
Well, I'll be back. I'm gonna go do the thing that people were asking me to do.
Okay.
Be too long.
You still holding up okay, Sharp?
Yeah, but actually, I think I can actually also. I'm already losing words right now.
Alright, well, I'm gonna wait for Death to come back and then I'm probably gonna end this stream so we can just have a private call.
That makes sense. Because you also have things to discuss.
It's not anything important. We're working on making a voiceover for my comics. So it'd be like what I showed you in the call a few days ago where somebody did like a audio version of my comic. But better because I have the formats of the files where they don't have the speech bubbles. So I can literally...
It's gonna be a very amazing.
Yep, hopefully.
I'm pretty sure it will be.
Oh, no, this is the wrong one. Okay, make us a little bit bigger. Oh, it's way too big. I'll just start from this corner here. Let me tell you what I wish I know. Now young and dream glory. You have no control. Who tells your story? Actually, I can end this stream now and then just have the talk between us, because fuck it. I want to listen to some Hamilton and not get content hit by YouTube. So, if anybody's still watching, thanks for joining me. Bye!